Okay. I call to order this meeting of the Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. And I'll begin by recognizing that the town of Canmore is located within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Canmore area known as Shooting at Willows in Stoney Nakoda and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, and Goodstoney First Nation. As well, the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai. And we acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge all nations who live, work, play, and help us steward this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. Moving to the agenda, looking to admin any changes? No? Then I will move approval of the agenda for January 17th, 2023, Committee of the Whole meeting as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And are we having our delegation for CIBC Wood Gundy virtually? All right, then we'll move to item B1 for the investment presentation from CIBC Wood Gundy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm here for the introduction of our guest speakers today. One of the town's major investments is with CIBC Wood Gundy, and we have our portfolio managers, Mr. Sharat Chahal and Mr. James Hobson, with us today. They will be providing an economic update to Council. Topics will include inflation and central bank response, amongst other topics, as well as outlook for growth, interest rates, and commodities. Welcome, Mr. Chahal and Mr. Hobson, and over to you for the presentation now.
Welcome to Council, or to Committee of the Whole, I should say.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here today. So we're here to give you an economic update. As all of you, I'm sure, are aware, we're living in very interesting times where things are moving around rapidly. So we're going to do our best today to kind of distill down the key things that are happening out there in the world and how specifically it pertains to Alberta. So I'm just going to jump right into it here. So firstly, now I just want to this slide just kind of illustrates what the smartest minds in the world have been saying over the last year and a half. Just to show you, now I've been doing this for 15 years. This is probably the most difficult environment that I've seen in terms of forecasting what's happening out there in the economy. So just to illustrate how the narrative has changed over the last year and a half, first quarter of 2021, Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve in the US, came out and said quantitative easing will not cause inflation, period. So we're not going to see inflation. Middle of 2021 came out and said, okay, we will see some inflation, but it's just going to be transitory. Transitory was kind of like the buzzword of 2021 that all economists and central bankers were saying. Okay, we started seeing some inflation. Third quarter of 2021, they acknowledged that yes, we do have some high inflation, but that it is peaking and that it would remain indeed transitory. Fourth quarter of 2021, okay, let's acknowledge inflation may not be that transitory. But don't worry, because the job market and wage growth is still very strong. This is where things change materially, and this has massive ramifications for us as individuals and for the town of Canmore itself. First quarter of last year, we need to hike interest rates aggressively to curb inflation, but the economy is still very strong, and what's called a soft landing is still possible. A soft landing is where you raise interest rates just enough to slow down growth, but you don't cause a recession. Middle of last year, acknowledged, okay, now we actually have some negative growth in the first quarter, but we don't see recession risk. And then the latest sort of end of last year, okay, a recession is coming, but you will not lose your home. That's kind of a joke at the end there, but that just shows you how much the narrative has changed, how rapidly things are moving around in the world. And you see on the top left there, no surprise to anybody in the room, inflation hit its highest level since 1981, so over 40 years, peaking at just over 8% here in the US and Canada. And on the bottom left, you can see there that Jerome Powell is not very happy about this. I certainly don't envy his job over the last year and a half. So this is the most anticipated recession on record. So this shows all recessions dating back to 1976, what's called the US recession probability model. So this takes into account things like GDP growth, inflation, unemployment, whatnot, and the forecast of whether we're going to see a recession sitting at about 96%. So the question to answer today isn't so much, are we going to see a slowdown? But the question we need to ask ourselves is, how bad is that slowdown going to be? So we're going to walk you through the different components and try and answer that question. So this just shows you how much things have changed. This shows you that the forecast for GDP growth in the US, the Eurozone, and the UK have been sliding materially and consistently since the start of last year. So start of last year, the consensus among economists and central banks was that the US was going to grow at around 2.5%. So not blockbuster growth, but certainly good enough to keep the lights on, so to speak. But those forecasts have been sliding consistently throughout last year. If we updated that to today, that red line, the growth forecast would actually be, flat to negative, depending on which part of Canada that you're in or which part of the US that you're in. Same story. It's not just the US-Canada story. It's consistent around the world. So that shows you the Euro area is likely, almost certainly, if not, they're already in a recession, partly due to that crisis in Russia, Ukraine, and the fact that they've moved interest rates from negative territory into positive territory for the first time in many, many years. Same story in the UK as well. So why are the growth forecasts sliding? It's all sort of interrelated. So on the next slide here, so growth forecasts are sliding as central banks turned hawkish. Hawkish just means you're removing that ultra loose monetary policy that we saw in the COVID era where interest rates were near zero. Central banks were doing even further stimulus through what's called quantitative easing. So very, very cheap debt for us as institutions and individuals. But we have seen now the fastest, shortest rise in interest rates on records dating back to 1962. This shows you the current benchmark rate in the US. So the US Fed is the black line and where we expect it to go in the second quarter of 2023. Now, again, as I mentioned, the brightest minds in the world have had a very tough time trying to forecast where these interest rates are going to level off. The good news is we do think that interest rates have reached a peak or are very close to a peak. Again, this graph, even though it's only a month old, is now out of date. That forecast for the peak U.S. Fed funds rate has gone from 4 to close to 5% over the past couple of months here. So, materially higher than that sort of near zero interest rate that we all got used to as municipalities, as individuals. Our borrowing costs have shot through the roof. And that's kind of where we're sitting right now. And it's not just a U.S. phenomenon, it's across the world. So why are they hiking interest rates so quickly? Well, it's to fight inflation that just would not go away. I showed you the narrative of 2021, early 2022, was that inflation was transitory. But as you can see there, we saw a pretty rapid ramp up in inflation with the U.S. peaking just over 8%. The good news is that this forecast actually turned out to be accurate. We are seeing inflation rates come back down. Headline inflation this morning came out at 6.3%, but it's still materially higher than what the central banks are comfortable with, right? The target for the central banks is for 2% inflation, not 6.3%. So they have hiked interest rates very quickly in an attempt to kind of bring this back down to earth. The good news is we are seeing this trend turn around. Inflation numbers have come down year over year from 8% to 6%. And the forecast is for, as we see the impact of those rate hikes kind of trickle through the economy, that inflation number come way back down to earth into that kind of comfortable 2 to 3% range of inflation. Now, the problem here for us as municipalities is that the bill has already been incurred, right? Inflation is just the rate of change of price increases. So if we've just gone through a year of, 6, 7, 8% increases in price, just because inflation is going to cool, prices are still increasing. They're just increasing at a slower rate. So that's important when, Chart and I work with 65 municipalities. When you're setting your tax rates and whatnot, planning your capital budgets, the bill has already been incurred in terms of higher prices. And I'm sure that's no surprise to all of us in the room. Just to kind of graphically illustrate that it's not just a Canada-US phenomenon, this shows you that more than 40 central banks around the world have increased interest rates by at least 0.75% at once since the start of 2022. To put that in context, a typical rate hike that we've seen from the Bank of Canada or the US Fed, historically speaking, that would hike interest rates by 0.25% at a time. So this just kind of illustrates that it was kind of a whoopsie moment by the central banks where they kind of had a quick realization. That's where I showed you how the narrative from Jerome Powell came out and suddenly said, okay, we really need to fight this inflation because it is not transitory. It's materially higher than what we would like. So, a huge about face in terms of monetary policy where we went from near zero to aggressive rate hikes of 75 basis points at a time. Yields have jumped in 2022, I mentioned, more than any full year since 1962, since the data started. So this just shows you graphically the 10-year Canada bond yield going all the way back to 1965. Very, very short, sharp rise in the 10-year yields. What's the implication for this? So the good side of the coin is that our investment returns are forecast or will move quite a bit higher as we can now reinvest interest in cash flows and maturities on the bonds at much, much higher rates. To put it in context, a year ago, we were struggling to get 2.5% on a fully guaranteed investment. Everything the town owns is fully principal guaranteed and MGA compliant, but our job is to maximize the return that we can get within the constraints of the MGA. Now, so fast forward a year from now, we're not getting 2.5% on our reinvestments. We're getting 5, 5.5, 6% on fully guaranteed investments. So when we look at that projected investment revenue line, it's going to be higher. It's going to take a bit of time for this to trickle through the portfolio, but it is kind of good news from an investment return standpoint. The flip side of the coin is your debt costs are going to have gone up quite materially. So that era of almost free money has come to an abrupt end. So when you're planning your capital budgets, obviously, the cost of debt is quite materially higher than it was even a year ago. So inflation has already eased. It's just not showing up in the year-over-year rate just yet. So I mentioned that headline inflation has come down. A big portion of this is that the supply chain bottlenecks we saw have eased quite a bit. So, if you've ordered anything from a couch to a dishwasher, or you're working on capital projects, things are being disrupted quite materially by these supply chain issues. They have started to ease. And we are seeing what's called core CPI, core inflation, come down quite quickly. And it will kind of those higher interest rates will start to impact consumer demand, and it will start to move inflation lower. It's just going to take some time. The component that is not seeming to budge is housing and kind of shelter costs. Those will be the last thing to kind of level off. That's because it takes time for those mortgages to reset at higher rates, but it will trickle through. It's just going to take some time on the housing front, which is the biggest component of inflation. But we have seen, if we strip out food and energy, that core number come down quite materially. Now, could consumer spending, so as we raise interest rates, could spending hold up longer than expected? So consumer spending is 70% roughly of the economy, has a major impact on our GDP growth. Now, the kind of forecast rewinding to 2020, so almost 3 years ago now, was that consumers had a lot of what we call excess bank deposits. So during the pandemic, a lot of fiscal stimulus was doled out. People saved a lot of that money, and we couldn't travel, we couldn't go out to eat. So there was a lot of money that we would have normally spent that just built up in our bank accounts. So the thesis was that, we had this big savings cushion, and that would kind of keep consumer demand elevated and avoid a recession. Now, the problem is if we adjust that savings cushion for inflation, that's the black line, it's not nearly as high as it might look. So consumers are feeling the crunch. And we have less excess cash than we did, say, even 2 years ago. There's not as much dry powder to keep inflation at these high levels, and that also adds to the thesis that we should see an economic slowdown this year and next year. So in terms of the rate forecast, which is important for your budgeting decisions and setting tax rates and whatnot, the top line there's a lot of data on the slide, but I'll point out the most pertinent points. The overnight target rate right now, which is where the Bank of Canada sets their interest rate, is at 4.25. Now, the good news is, although they've raised rates pretty rapidly, we think they're basically done. So we think they're going to hike once more early this year and level off at 4.5%. The interesting thing is, in the forecast, if you look to sort of 2024, we actually see some pretty material rate cuts of about 150 basis points. So that's the bond market saying, okay, you've hiked interest rates too much too fast. You're going to slow down growth much more than we would like. And you're actually going to have to start cutting interest rates in the future. And that's reflected in that 10-year government bond yield. We believe yields have peaked, and we are seeing them sort of slowly start to grind lower. And we see that borrowing rates and investment rates will be quite materially lower by 2024. So into sort of a year and a half from now. So we are seeing some municipalities put off taking out debt in anticipation of those debt costs kind of coming down in the future. Similar story in the United States. We see their overnight rate peaking at close to 5%, which would have been unheard of if you'd forecasted that a year ago. People would have thought you're out to lunch. But that is where we are today. They've hiked rates more aggressively than we have here in Canada, which is why, just as a side note, their US dollar has been so strong. You're getting paid more to own US dollars than you are Canadian dollars. But similar story in the US, we see them actually cutting rates in about a year and a half's time, which again is reflected in that we call it an inverted yield curve. You're getting paid more to own short-term money than you are to buy long-term money. That's the bond market saying, okay, lock in these high yields now. If I can guarantee 6%, I'm going to lock it in now so that in the future, I'm not having to reinvest those short-term monies at lower interest rates. From a growth standpoint, this is kind of the positive slide, I think, to take away from the presentation. You can see there, so in 2022, just to kind of look backwards, Canada grew at about 3.6%. Alberta had a pretty good year, growing at 4.6%, which is great. Now, fast forward to this year, the forecast for Canada as a whole is pretty much flat. 0.7% is the forecast. So we're basically on that kind of knife edge of, are we going to have slow growth or a shallow recession? The good news here, as I mentioned, for Alberta, we should lead the country for growth, partly due to our exposure to higher commodity prices. Obviously, that flows through to employment and wages, and the trickle effect comes down to consumer spending here. So forecasting a growth rate of 2% for Alberta, and then a similar rate of 1.8% for 2024. So not really high growth rates, but not a recession. So we're not forecasting a recession for Alberta, just kind of a big slowdown in the rate of growth that we're seeing, but we should still lead the country in terms of GDP growth. So on this next slide, as I mentioned, we are kind of on the knife edge of, are we going to see a recession or not? The top line there just shows you the quarter over quarter forecast. And you can see it kind of flip-flops between sort of negative 0.4, positive 0.4, negative 0.6, positive 0.8. The technical definition of a recession is 2 consecutive periods of or quarters of negative growth. We're about as close to that as we possibly could be without forecasting an outright recession. So in terms of the inflation rate, the good news is right now, as I mentioned, we're sitting around 6.3% as of this morning. We see that coming down pretty dramatically by the end of this year to in that central bank's comfort zone of between 2 and 3% inflation. So that's welcome news to central bankers. And obviously, that's a result of higher interest rates, which slows consumer demand. And then again, as I mentioned, those supply chain bottlenecks starting to ease up, which is great. And then in terms of our unemployment rate, right now we're sitting at 5.2%. The good news again is that we don't see a rapid increase in unemployment, particularly here in Alberta. We should see jobs remain relatively stable. Different story in the US. As I mentioned, they've hiked interest rates faster as their inflation is running hotter than here. We do see a similar story where inflation comes down in the US, but that unemployment rate right now is at historically low levels of around 3.6%. So we do see unemployment in the US impacted quite a bit more than here in Canada.
Awesome. Thanks, James. Now we're going to kind of switch gears a little bit. So James kind of touched on where we kind of see rates going. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about what are some of the key factors that are going to negatively kind of impact growth going forward. So what are some of those three key factors that all the economists essentially out there are currently paying attention to? So the first one is kind of the shift from globalization to deglobalization that we've seen pre-COVID era. That trend just kind of essentially continue coming out of the COVID era. The second one, a shift from just-in-time inventory to just-in-case inventories, where we have this tight capacity, which is making it very difficult for any inventory buildups to kind of catch up. And the last theme would be a labor supply shortage and this whole resistance to paying market wages. So we're going to break all three components of those down. The first one being this acceleration of the deglobalization trend. So again, I take you guys back to the pre-COVID eras, and I'll use the word Trump tariff wars with China that we all would have heard of back 2015 through 18 or whatever. That feels like a lifetime ago after COVID, but basically a continuation of the trend that we've already seen start to continue to persist, which will have a negative impact on long-term trade and long-term growth. So that's what we're kind of seeing right now in terms of the forecast. And Russia's war in Ukraine is only going to accelerate that trend. It's not going to do anything but accelerate the deglobalization trend. So this is going to be one of those factors that kind of sits as an anchor to growth going forward. Even if we start to cut rates well into 2024, this is one thing the market has to kind of figure out in terms of finding its equilibrium. To give you guys an understanding of the impact of what that deglobalization and what that impact of that just-in-time to just-in-case inventories is, so shifting gears to the just-in-case inventories, if we were to do a comparison on the export volumes of the initial lockdown in 2020 and the Omicron lockdown in 2021, this shows you the comparison of what that level of export volume shortage was. At the initial lockdown, the Chinese export volumes cracked by 7%. In the later one, which you would think would be not as severe as the first one, a 12% decline. So this tight inventory cycle, which is causing this just-in-case inventories to come through, is making it very hard to catch up for exactly this reason. I know China just opened its zero COVID policy, so hopefully that should shake out a little bit, but this is going to be one thing that is going to take a very long time for the market to kind of dissipate. The good news is, as James pointed to, supply chain bottlenecks are starting to ease up. We are seeing things like shipping costs come down, which will benefit the supply side driven inflation. The last key factor, labor and labor supply shortage, and this labor market that has now turned into a very tight labor market is very interesting, because we've seen things like vacancy rates go up, labor supply kind of come back to earth as we saw people kind of retire early. We saw early retirements. And we had another component that basically changed the way that we should be looking and dissecting the labor data. And that is long COVID, and more importantly, sickness and illness related trends that are impacting the labor market that we need to pay attention to. So what you're looking at here is just the excess hours lost due to sickness and family issues in 2020 and 2022, 2021, 2020, compared to the average of 2017 through 2019. So what you can see there is that illness and family-related issues in terms of sickness and health are actually significantly higher than they were in the past. Why is this important? Is because there is no free lunch. Wage costs have increased due to illness-related paid absenteeism. So there is a bill associated with having employees stay at home when you have a cough before you could come in. Now you stay home, and there is and it's almost essentially a faux pas going forward. And then you also have if your family member is sick and you want to stay in isolation, that was a trend that we saw as well, shaken to 2020. So the share of the wage bill paid by employees due to absence in illness and family has gone materially higher. So that's one thing that's kind of affected this trend as well in terms of the labor market. And then the other one is the actual supply we're getting from the labor force is equivalent to a 6% or higher unemployment rate pre-pandemic. So basically, if we do an adjustment for that illness and family-related issues on the unemployment rate, it's showing you that the net or effective equivalence is actually higher than 6%. And there's a couple of reasons for that as well, outside of the illness and family-related issues. One is this: the people that are exiting the labor market are we call it a low-wage exit. The service sector recession that we had, people didn't wait around for the economy to get better to get back into the service sector. People retooled, re-educated, and went in trying to get better jobs. They didn't stick around and wait. So we had a low-wage exit and then high-wage entering the market. So low-wage exit, high-wage entering. But then on the same time, you have small businesses out there being told, and all institutions out there being told that, we're going to have a recession, costs are going to be higher, debt services are going to be higher. So there's still a resistance to paying these higher wages as well, because there's so much uncertainty in this market. Now, one of those shoes are going to have to drop. There needs to be an equilibrium be found. But right now, that's the trend we're seeing as well. And from an education standpoint, I touched on it, majority of the jobs right now that are being created are university degree related jobs and not that lower wage jobs as well. So from a labor supply perspective, low wage exit, high wage entering. So those are the three factors that we can kind of see negatively affecting growth going forward. Now I'm going to pivot to talk about the impact of this rising rate environment, specifically on the cost of debt that we're seeing both in the US, and then I'll bring it back down to Canada as well. So on this side here, you're seeing that housing affordability in the US is now at the worst level since 1985. So housing affordability is the average, what you're seeing here is the average income needed to cover payments for the average price home with a 30-year mortgage in the States. So what you can see is the average affordability is at its worst level since 1985. Now, of that rate hike that James just touched on, how much have we felt in terms of the impact on the economy? The full impact of a 1% hike is the second bar there in terms of what would it effect it would have had in Q4. You can see that that's on par with what a forecast peak impact would be of 1%. So we've only seen the impact in the United States of a 1% rate hike from the feds. What you're looking at on the right-hand side there is the peak impact of a 475 basis points or 4.75% rate hike. So a lot of room to go still in terms of feeling true economic pain in terms of where the data is showing us. Another way to read this is the central bankers are way smarter than we are. They see this data. This is why we think we're at the peak of rates. It takes time for the interest rate cycles and credit rate cycles to move through the market. They move slower than a lot of other markets, the credit rate cycles. And so it's going to take time for that to dissipate. We think that the Bank of Canada and the Feds are near that peak in terms of the rate hike cycle because you still need a lot of pain to be felt. Canada, it's no different. The largest hit from higher rates in Canada is also to come in 2023. On the left-hand side there, you can see the share of Canadian household debt exposed and not exposed to the current levels of high interest rates. The red part of that pie graph, we'll call it about 25%, almost an even split. Only 25% of individuals are currently exposed to this high level of interest rates that we're currently seeing. On the right-hand side there is is the level of increase in interest payments as a percent of Canadian disposable income. In 2022, the estimated impact will be almost 1%. 2023 forecast, almost we'll call it a full 1% in terms of impact. So the pain is yet to be felt, and it's going to be coming in 2023. Now, when I say rising interest rate environment, it does make sense, and James touched on it in terms of the housing market a little bit, to say it's going to be the first one to take a hit. The question is, when is it going to take a hit? That's a really great question. Then we're not overly concerned on the housing market, specifically for the fact that when 2020 did happen and we had near zero interest rates and borrowing costs at all-time lows pretty much, what it did in the market for specifically for the housing market, it created a sense of urgency to get out into the housing market rather than wait a couple of years. Everybody kind of pushed that into 2020. So what you're doing is you're borrowing activity from the future. Well, fast forward 2-3 years, the future is here. So it makes sense that the activity you borrowed from the future is going to have an impact. So that large correction that everybody keeps saying, we don't foresee as a correction. We more so foresee as a rest and pause in terms of the housing market. That's kind of our forecast going forward. The impact that we like to see from an economics and portfolio management perspective is on the effectiveness of Canadian monetary policy. A question that me and James get asked a lot is, do you think the central bankers can actually get interest, like inflation, back to 2%? And at what cost? I think at this point, it's safe to say there's going to be a recession. Like James said, how big is that recession going to be is yet to be seen. The difference between Canada and the US, we are significantly more sensitive to rising interest rates than our partners down south of the border there. And that's because, yes, we do have higher levels of household debt. We do have a different financial system where we can't buy 30-year mortgages at fixed rates. So we are significantly more sensitive to rate cycles than our counterparts in the States. On the right-hand side, what you're looking at is another way to read that is every 1% that we see in an increase in interest rates is a 2% impact to consumer spending. Consumer spending, as James just said, 70% of the economy. So massive impact for every 1% rate hike that we see. So a lot of pain yet to be felt, and then the difference between today's rate hike and the early 80s is we have more debt, so we're significantly more sensitive than we were in the 80s. So can we get inflation back down to 2%? Yes, it's going to take some time, and we still need to feel a little bit of pain before we can kind of get there. Alberta is slightly more sensitive to higher interest rates than our counterparts across Canada here. This is just showing our debt service ratios, so our ability to pay interest only on our levels of debt broken out by province. I say we're slightly more sensitive because it shows us a little bit higher. That number is going to be skewed because of two individuals, BC and Ontario, because of what's happened in their housing market over the last couple of years or better part of a decade. Ontario is already seeing that correction come in a lot more sensitive. They are to interest rates. So I'll say we're kind of in the average in terms of sensitivity. We do think that Alberta is going to fare a little bit better than all of our provinces because we have our commodities in terms of the price of oil and things like that. The commodities are doing good, but however, it doesn't take a lot of economic understanding to understand that when you increase interest rates to kill demand, the demand for the input to those economies, which is commodities, is going to fall off as well. So yes, the price of oil, the price of commodities are going to start to dissipate as we try and tackle demand to stem inflation. However, there is a natural kind of support to the price of commodities in terms of what's happening on the geopolitical side. And that is that when you have things like a global sanction, like all the world economies essentially sanctioning a physical territory that is Russia because of what they've done with the Russia-Ukraine's crisis and geopolitical tensions. When you restrict that country, there's only so many physical places you can get those goods from. And if I were to overlay a map of what Canada and Russia exports, which is exactly what this slide is that you're looking at right now, it's almost a mirror image. So we're going to fill that market share. Canada and Russia have always competed for market share, and we're going to gain up some of that market share as it goes forward. So yes, growth forecasts are going down, but we have a natural hedge in terms of our commodities right now. So overall, that $70 to $80 range in terms of price of oil is where we like to see it from a sustainability standpoint. Now, this economic update is a little bit different. Usually it's very skewed to is it very positive or very negative. We say a cup half empty or a cup half full. We let you guys make the decision on that one. In summing up, inflation has already eased and will continue to do so. We've seen that impact from supply-driven inflation come down. It's now a demand problem, which is very good because the Bank of Canada actually has control to stem inflation when it's a demand problem, not a supply problem. Getting to 2% and being able to stay at 2% are two different issues. What that means is they're going to get down to 2% and they're going to want to make sure they don't just see 2% print. They want to kill inflation completely. That's why we don't think that they're going to cut interest rates fairly quickly. They're going to wait for the whole year to kind of go through, make sure inflation has been fully squashed, and then start to cut rates into 2024. So central banks, as James pointed out, are nearly done with rate hikes, but the lagged impact of prior hikes still needs to be felt. And the markets could be disappointed by a lack of easing in 2023. We We think that the markets and the news needs to be significantly better at educating individuals that even if we do get rate cuts, it's not going to be down to dirt cheap levels. It's going to be back to a normalization level of around that 3-4% mark. With that, I want to be respectful of your guys' time today and leave time for questions as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson, Mr. Chahal. Thank you. It's definitely, I can't say it's surprising to hear these sorts of forecasts, but it is, obviously troubling. And it's interesting to see where they go, because one thing that I think that we've come to see over the last few or couple of years is that things don't necessarily go as predicted. And that's troubling. I was wondering, I heard on the news the other day that once again the U.S. hit their debt limit, and I was wondering how something like that impacts these forecasts, if at all.
Great question. The short answer is no. The U.S., if you've been tracking them for the last decade, they've been consistently raising that debt limit or the debt ceiling. A few years back, there was that big concern over the fiscal cliff, where basically the U.S. would kind of take on more debt than they can handle. It's more of a political situation than it is something to be concerned about at this point. Yes, they do have a lot of debt, but they do have a strong enough economy to support that debt. So the debt ceiling, while it is something to watch, it shouldn't impact these forecasts at all.
Great, thank you. And looking to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you very much for your presentation. But for administration, how much, just remind me, and I know we just did this a little while back, but how much debt are we taking on in 2023? Roughly?
Okay.
I don't have it at the top of my head, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I'm sorry. Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. I just had a question with regards to interest rates. You spoke that you're looking to see, or that the government's going to be waiting for inflation to settle down before they look at cutting interest rates. What kind of cuts do you think that we're going to see? Are we going to see drastic cuts? That's generally not their MO. It's more gradual in nature over a period of time. What do you think? How do you think that's going to affect housing in general?
So
great question, Councillor. There's a couple of things. So it's kind of a two-part question. The first one on the rate cuts, we're not going back to ultra cheap money. We don't see them cutting rates back to near zero at all. What the forecast is now is for that overnight rate to go from, say, 4.5% down to 3%. So call it 1.5% fall in the overnight rate. The bond market has priced in a lot of this. And then in terms of its impact on housing, we actually just got off a presentation to CPA Alberta an hour ago, and the same question came up. It's really, Canada's weird. It's really graphically divided. So if I lived in Vancouver or Toronto, I'd be pretty concerned. They've already seen pretty sharp corrections because their housing market has been over the last decade running very hot for a while. So the impact of those higher rates, a lot of people in those markets have taken on a lot of debt to support those prices. I mean, if you try and buy a house in Vancouver, you're talking over $1 million. A lot of people can't support that. And then when those rates go up, all of a sudden, you might be forced to sell your house. So that's what's trickling through there. As we kind of showed on that GDP forecast, Alberta is kind of an anomaly, which is a good thing for us. I don't see housing correcting materially in Alberta. So if you're a homeowner in Alberta, we haven't seen prices run up like they have in Vancouver, Toronto. I think we're going to be okay in terms of the housing market. Might we see a slight correction? Sure, but it's not going to be material in our opinion.
And so I think that would be a fair statement as to what's happening in Alberta Alberta, but Canmore, as you know, is a bit of a different anomaly when it comes to housing. You know, we have like a small fraction of the population of the GTA or GTHA for that matter, as well as Greater Vancouver, but we have the same land base issues. We have a limited land base, limited footprint. What do you think that's going to mean for the local housing market?
So a couple of things that I just want to touch on, just one adding to James's, and then I'll pair it back into exactly what you're touching on as well. Yes, regionally, there are some differences, right? But there are some macro factors that are affecting everybody, and that's whether you're Canmore, whether you're Ontario, whatever it is. One is because BC and Ontario have had this big shift in terms of the housing price boom, and COVID essentially unlocking this virtual landscaping of being able to work remotely. I'm sure you guys have seen it a little bit as well, where we've seen it in like Crow's Nest Pass. There's kind of these like mini resurgences of booms in terms of a demand, in terms of local housing. A lot of communities like Canmore, Crow's Nest that haven't seen it in the past, Lacombe being another one as well. So with that being said, that's a natural, I don't want to use the word hedge, but as these people start to unlock 50% equity in their houses and move to these communities that they can then use to then retire off of, it bodes very well for Canmore. And the other reason that we don't see it doing a massive correction, and again, post Welford as well, is when you had a rising level of interest rates, and this goes for Canmore, this goes to Calgary, it doesn't matter where you sit, a third of all activity got cut in terms of the actual builders and real estate and whatever it was. A third of the activity got cut because people are, institutions are out there going, I don't need to start building, I'm not doing construction in this rising rate environment, so I'm going to kick that can down the road. So from a supply perspective, we're limiting a 33% decrease. And then from a individuals and demand perspective, we just touched on it. This trend is that we've seen these people leave BC, leave Ontario to these other areas. So I think over the next couple of years, barring 23's rising interest rate environment and that larger impact, the longer term forecast bodes well for a lot of these rural communities that we haven't seen before in the past.
And what do you mean by bode well? Because from a capitalist perspective or from a semi-not capitalist perspective like myself, if I'm trying to find affordability for my residents, does that mean it's going to bode well in terms of making housing more affordable or less affordable?
From a demand perspective, not necessarily. From a supply perspective, it largely depends on how these companies react to those. Because if you have, like you just said, you have a limited land space, if you also limit the supply, there's only so many things you can do.
Right. So that means that prices are going to go up, is what you're saying.
Not necessarily prices, Councillor. I would say just housing affordability, right?
Right. Okay.
You mentioned that in terms of your residents, that's going to stay elevated for the foreseeable future. Just as, to service the debt to buy a house in Canmore, which obviously is a, higher relative priced market, you need more money to fund those debt payments. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be a challenge for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Ms. Rogers.
We are anticipating $16.5 million in debt in 2023 and $3.4 million in 2024. So in those 2 years, about just under $20 million.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. One more. I'm looking at average prices across Canada fell by 12% and in Alberta rose by 6% over 2022. I'm curious though, the feds have introduced a foreign ownership policy for 2023, and I want to know your thoughts on the impact of that policy on Canadian ownership or Canadian pricing.
Yeah, so great point. I think it's more directed at Toronto, Vancouver, specifically Vancouver. You've seen an influx of foreign capital for the last decade, which has really pushed up housing prices, people buying houses that are just left vacant. So they've been trying for years to limit that impact, to try and make it more affordable for local residents. Whether that new policy is going to be effective remains to be seen, is kind of the short answer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much to you both for joining us today and for providing us all that information. Very much appreciated.
Thank you all very much.
We'll now move to item B2. This is also virtual, I believe. Alberta Health Services, Emergency Management Services, Community Engagement. Is nobody there yet? Oh, Mr. Mackay?
We just confirmed that they're on track to be here in 5 minutes.
Okay. Very good. Let's move to the minutes then. Looking to the minutes of December 20th, 2022. Is there any errors or omissions anyone's noticed? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the minutes of December 20th, 2022, Committee of the Whole meeting as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I think at this point then, we're just going to take a few-minute break until our Alberta Health Services, Emergency Management Services are ready to go. All right? Okay, so we will return, let's call it in 5 minutes. Okay, and we are back. And we are now joined by our delegation from Alberta Health Services, Emergency Management Services Community Engagement. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole in Canmore. And you're all good to go there. Yep.
Perfect, thanks. Apologize if there's miscommunication. I think we thought we were on the agenda for 13:50, so thanks for the time. Can you guys see the presentation, or?
It's going to come up here on the
there?
screen, I think. We have one of our councillors joining us virtually, and your presentation should be coming up right away. There we go. Excellent.
Okay, well, I'll start off with introduction. So my name is Tony Pasich. I'm the Associate Executive Director, currently responsible for Calgary Zone. So in all transparency, new to that role in the last 4 weeks. I come from my Associate Executive Director responsible for South and Central Zone. So with me is Rob Jabs, who's our manager out here in this district, and Lauren Calder, who is our Director of Operations for the Calgary Zone for the area. So they'll answer any technical or history questions. I'll go through the presentation, obviously open up to any questions, and I'll cover a piece of that. It's pretty much a standard presentation that we do across most council meetings in that piece, and I'm more curious on questions and engagement in some of those pieces than sometimes some of our drier data points. But we'll cover those pieces and go from there. So our goal obviously is to talk about the resources that are in Canmore, our call volumes that occur in Canmore, which EMS resources are responding to those type of events. Also where our resources that are based in Canmore, where they respond, we'll cover those pieces. We'll hit the response time pieces, and then we'll chat a little bit about the current challenges, mitigation strategies. Obviously there was an announcement yesterday, which isn't in the presentation, and some of those pieces that aren't there. As well as the data, that part only goes to sort of the second quarter. It doesn't include October, November, December. We just, from the time when we were getting on the agenda, haven't updated that quarter yet into January. So we really want to share the information. Really looked for your engagement, and I got I won't call it a request, but a piece at the end that I'll chat about, and really looking for opportunities for our improvement in that sense. So our resources in Canmore currently, probably behind. We have an ambulance sort of days and nights, 24 hours a day. They start at 0700, 1900, they're assembled in their ambulance ready to go. We have another one that sort of operates in a core flex model, which they're assembled for a portion of the day and then on call the rest of the shift. We get some support from area resources, Cochrane, most specifically in Canmore, and Banff as well in that sense. And they're able to assist with us, more dedicated IFT resources there to help us with IFT to keep the resources in Canmore. Other support systems that help us in our response is obviously we have the hospital here, our medical first response done by Canmore Fire in that system. Most of our ambulance obviously in this area is done by STARS from a rotary perspective. And we have currently 10 registered AEDs in Canmore. A lot of times there is more than that, but that's what we have registered on the website in HeartSafe.
Did you need to flip the...
Sorry, I get to... There's that slide.
Yep,
And now we'll move into the fun and nitty gritty of the data. So we do data in two ways, the calls that occur in Canmore. And so that shows you the event volume there per quarter. Give or take, we had obviously a peak, it seemed like in July, August, September, 491 down to the lowest in October, November, December, 380. That was last fiscal year. The first sort of 2 quarters, or quarters 2 and quarters 3 in the sense of the calendar, again, sort of 432, 481, sort of that July to September. So pretty consistent for the most part into the previous year in that sense, is really what we see there. The ambulances that are responding for those events is Canmore sort of 76% of the time, Banff obviously by location sort of 17, and then Cochrane, Calgary, sort of 3% of the time.
Another slide? Thanks.
Thanks, I apologize, I'll get on that. And not much difference in the data when we look at sort of the current last 2 quarters. You know, obviously a little bit higher percentages, but that's, you know, where we're at there. You know, we see Kananaskis show up there. So, you know, the one thing that we get asked lots, you know, we don't have AVL data when we say how many ambulances in our service, those pieces. You know, so when we look at sort of Canmore, 76% of the time, I'll say I'm new to the Calgary zone, I'll pull that card. I still prefer that number to be higher percentage, and we got some work to do to sort of figure that piece out and add resources and look at that. And we're currently in that process. Where do the Canmore ambulances go? They do 54% of their volume sort of in Canmore. They're getting pulled into Calgary 17% of the time. So that was last fiscal year. If you look at the change to that, you know, we are doing about 63% in the last 2 quarters, and in Calgary about 7% of the time. So that's the big one that I know you guys want to know about. Like how much have we reduced calls in? And we're down about 10%. We're still doing some events in Calgary, and we want to get that number lower. Like I ran the data for, and we'll chat about the slide over on the data, but I get a report weekly of events that are being done in Calgary. It shows me the last 12 weeks, and in the last 12 weeks, Canmore's done, I think, a total of 7 events in Calgary. 1 a week, and then with the highest of 3 in a week, but lots of weeks where we didn't do any calls. So our change that we made to the Metro response plan seems to be doing what we want it to do from a design perspective. You know, we still have work to do, obviously, on hospital wait times in Calgary, which will even reduce that number to, I won't ever say it's 0, right? When we think of our most urgent, and if they're the closest to the cardiac arrest, even our crews, like that just makes sense. They go, we figure out how to transport them. So I don't think that number will ever be 0, but, you know, it should be 1, 2 a week, that kind of thing, and they just happen to be coming back empty, and that's how our system's meant to be designed. This next slide does sort of show, if you look at the bottom line, you know, that's sort of the last 12 weeks. Full transparency, I pulled my own slide because I wasn't sure it says October, but I looked at last week's, and it's similar to that bottom line where it's like 0 in that last week, 0 before, and then sort of 3 in a week. So that's the numbers that we're seeing of Canmore units doing calls in Calgary. And I'm happy to share any sort of updated slides on that kind of thing on a basis that you guys wish. Where we transport to, obviously 50% into Canmore, the 44% transport to Calgary as the destination can be, you know, where the serious traumas and bypasses and appropriate destinations for the folks. So we do still transport a fair number of people to Calgary as a destination. Obviously BANT 5%, and those are the 3, a few little bit here and there of Cochrane and that part. Response times, you know, when you look back over the years, fairly consistent. Canmore's target is 10 minutes on the medium and 15 minutes on the 90th percentile. So if you look at sort of that last year to date, you know, they are on the rise on Delta and Echo, our most serious events. You know, our P50 is now sort of 10 minutes, and we go back 5 years, it was 8 minutes, 39 seconds, and sort of 18 minutes, 12. You know, the average isn't terrible, like when on a piece, but we know we're over target, and we know we need to improve that part of it to get under target. So we have a couple planning pieces, like, you know, one of the things is that Core Flex car. We are looking at how do we get that to days and nights so they're assembled. That does 2 things from a fatigue for our crews. They'll be assembled and we'll reduce that fatigue for our crews, but also they're in the ambulance able to respond. And that will help us sort of improve that response time. The other piece is, I know we've chatted with you guys previously, I understand, on our location in the building, and some of that will help us improve our response time as well. So those are probably some of the 2 things that will help us get that back in under target on that sense. Our current sort of strategies, mitigations, I'll cover pieces of this, and I'll hint at and ad-lib some stuff from yesterday's announcement. So, you know, we've increased event volume in Calgary Metro, so our response plan seems to be managing that part of it. We did add 10 units into Calgary last year, and we are adding 10 more peak units into Calgary this fiscal year for April. In addition, if you look at what was announced yesterday, sort of dedicated non-urgent IFT resources, and really that is different than our NAT announcement that we had that's going to take wheelchair people. This will be an RFQ that timeline, I think, is sort of March, where we might get some respondents back and sort of understand what that's going to be, and then we'll have to look at what that does. The goal of that is obviously to keep emergency units available for the higher priority emergency calls, and we'll look forward to sort of see what that outcome is in that process. And you know, the more calls that we're actually managing, Calgary does have a downstream, in fact, down the corridor, so that will help us keep the units in Canmore more often. Our hospital wait times is highest on our priority list to manage. We have very clear direction from our current government to improve that. It's not really, EMS owns a piece of that, but we are working closely with our health colleagues to help manage that. We've gotten some very clear direction of what we're going to be measuring, and we expect that the official administrator will sort of announce those measurements and how we're doing that in the very near future in the next couple of weeks. We continue to sort of hire our staff. One of our main priorities moving forward the next year is really looking at things like fatigue on core flex, retention strategies of the staff that we have, how we support and keep the staff that we have. Those are going to be important pieces for us. Obviously our schools and working with them to get people out, but they can only push so many people out. We can only recruit so many people from Australia, those kind of things. We really need to focus and support the staff that we have from a mental health perspective, from fatigue, so that they're healthy and come to work for us when we need them to. So there's some significant focus on that part of it. And again, the Metro response plan. So when you look at what was announced at the APAC recommendations, there's a fair number of recommendations there. The dispatch report is out. You know, we got to look at that and understand what that looks like. And this is sort of where I was hinting at my request to you guys. I anticipate a couple more reports being announced, the event in Calgary and our 5-year operational plan for EMS shortly. My direction from my boss is that I have a 1-year operational plan that it fits within that 5-year plan. So if you look at the APAC and go, there's 42 recommendations, or I'd have to double check that number. There's a fair number in there. What my goal and my commitment is actually really coming back out to you guys once that 5-year plan is there, and really getting you guys to have input and help me build my 1-year operational plan. Because I know what down this corridor is different than what I'm going to need in the city of Calgary, than what I'm going to need down the Highway 2 corridor. Put my previous hat on of South and Central, Oyen and Hannah, and up there is a different strategy that I'm going to need. So there's enough initiatives in there that I think we can find what is going to work and work towards solving some of the challenges there. And that's really my commitment, is that once that's announced, we'll see an invite, and you know, it's probably going to be groups of communities, you know, in corridors and in groups, versus trying to meet with every community and get that done for April 1. That's going to be a tight timeline, but that's our goal, is to really look at those recommendations, come out and chat with you guys representing your constituents, you know, our staff engaged in that piece of it, and really build what our next 1-year operational plan to be, to look to solve some of those challenges. So I just put that out there as there might be some quick timelines of my invite to get my task of April 1 done, but I hope you guys are on board and can sort of join us as we move forward on that part of it. And I will turn the floor to you guys for any questions.
Great, thank you very much to all of you coming out today and for that presentation. And it certainly is good to see the numbers going in a positive direction, and so that's definitely good news. I do have a couple of questions. So with regards to the benchmarks, as far as getting the response times within the 90th percentile, I think it's under 10 minutes, right?
50th is 10 and 90th is 15.
15, right. So those numbers are moving in a positive direction. What do you see is going to get us down into the...
Yeah, I think there's two things to that, right? That core flex unit, right? So if they're sitting on call at their hall and they get paged out, that ramp up time to get into their ambulance and respond to that event creates a bit of a challenge for us, right? Versus, you know, it's 2 practitioners that are working a 12-hour shift that are, I won't say they're in their ambulance all the time waiting. They are at the hall. They are sort of sitting, you know, waiting for events. But being assembled, the difference there is we have sort of a 2-minute shoot time expectation, and that means the ambulance is actually moved 50 meters and is heading towards the call. Versus when they're in that sort of core flex environment and on call at home or wherever they might be at the hall, the expectation is more around 8 minutes. And so that's got a, you know, a piece. What I don't know right now off the top is, how many calls are being done by the Core Flex crew versus the day-night car. I do know in other areas where I have one of each, and we move to a second unit that's assembled, we are seeing response times come down quite significantly in that context. So the other piece that it helps us with in that change is right now when they're busy and on events and fatigued, and then legislation-wise, we can only work 14 hours in a 24-hour period. But also if they get called out and canceled, and don't sleep well, they may not work many hours, but they've obviously been disrupted from sleep. So work-life balance and sick time and being available so they fatigue, and then all of a sudden that ambulance isn't available, so we get responses coming from BAMP for those kind of things. So having them assembled where we decrease their fatigue, improve their work-life balance, spin-off, will it help sick time? That's an unknown in that sense. There's lots of other factors that impact that piece, but doing all that we can to support their work-life balance and being assembled, I think we'll see them, show up at work and that ambulance be available and for us to respond.
So I understand. So I recognize that with what I'm about to ask, it also involves more hiring or employees. But has there been ever any thought given to making that second ambulance a 24-hour? 24-hour service that they're not having to assemble during the flex time?
Not having to assemble?
Yeah, so like making that second ambulance, instead of being a core flex, having it fully operational 24 hours. Obviously,
that's our plan.
Okay, that's the plan.
Right, so we have a few different pieces, right? We have fatigue management, which has a role in that, but also in our service planning, and then there's direction from the government to really look at our core flex from a service planning, not just fatigue, and say, hey, does that help get us under target, right? And so when I look at Canmore and say, well, we're over target, I need them to be assembled from a service planning, and it also deals with fatigue. So it hits a few of those points. Right. We're a little, like, if I was here in 3 or 4 weeks, I might have a better answer that says we've gotten through our budget cycle, we've got an approved budget, and I could give you a timeline of when that's going to happen. In our planning piece right now, we are aiming to implement that and make that happen. At this point, I'll say for April 1st is our goal. We got to get through the budget cycle to make sure all of that is approved and lined up, and if it is, Rob tells me he's got full confidence we will post those jobs, fill those jobs, and have that crew assembled.
That's really good news. That's definitely going in the right direction. And then with regards to the announcement yesterday, so that directly impacts the, what is it called, inter-facility transfers?
Yeah.
So does that mean that we won't have our, our ALS emergency ambulances having to do as many? There'll be more resources to do those transfers that are not non-emergency?
Yeah, so it'll be a bit of a spin-off effect. So the way I understand it, granted it was announced yesterday, so yeah. I'll hopefully have it right. So we're looking to add resources. It's a request for quote and information. So we're not sure what we're going to get back of, how many ambulances is that going to be, who can do it, the timeline of implementation. So those are things that I'm not sure. Yeah. I believe our guideline, our goal is to actually have that information back sort of March. And then it's designed to do sort of non-urgent transfers within about a 50-kilometer radius of Calgary is how it's being asked, which we might fall outside of that, but keeping in mind, like, when we look at all the resources we have in the corridor, once we get back what that group is doing, we aren't reducing any other resources that we have. We're not like taking other resources off Calgary and the road. So we will have to look at our existing resources to figure out how we design our system to make sure that we have our community coverage, we have local crews in their community. So if we're taking a bunch of workload off of some Calgary units, as an example, what do those units do? Where are they stationed? Are they in the right places? What are our challenges for coverage in Canmore? So it's going to give us some design options to make sure that we have units available in our communities to respond on 911 events. So.
And like you say, the ripple effect being if now there's more resources to, let's say, do transfers from Cochrane to Calgary, presumably the resources that are currently available are more available to serve communities outside of that 50 kilometers.
Yeah, and as soon as we sort of get in that design and planning phase, that's where this won't be Tony sitting in his office going, hey, here's my design and present it. We're going to share the information, exactly what we're trying to design, and have you guys on board for what that looks like and how it supports your community. So.
Thank you very much. Looking to other councillors to see if there's any questions. Councillor Graham.
Good morning, thank you. Thank you to all your staff and all that you guys do. I know you guys are stretched really thin, and we appreciate all that you do. I wonder if you could give me a stat as to how many times we haven't had an ambulance in Canmore in the last while.
So that's, I get that question often, and that's a hard one for me to answer because we don't have sort of AVL data that says, hey, here's where they are located. That's the hard part where I have to rely more on, if you go back to, sort of this data point, right? And this is where I have to sort of draw some
Hold on one second, okay? Yeah, go ahead.
conclusion, sorry, on that, where like Canmore does 76% of their calls. So what that tells me, and I think I mentioned, like, I would, if you look at the changes we made to the Metro response plan in Calgary, you know, Calgary's doing 98, 90, 97, 98% of the calls, obviously bigger volume. We don't really have a standard that says we're trying to achieve X in that, but when I look at something like 76%, I look at that and say, we've got a resource issue that we need to have. You know, I'd be better. So two things. If we were 76% and Banff is responding to that and our response times are at 13 minutes well within target, then I would say our system's performing the way we want. When I look at it and say we're only doing 76% by Canmore units, so obviously we're getting support from other areas. What I don't know in this is Banff over here covering and then they get called out, or are they responding from Banff? Because we're over target, right, I look at that and say there's a good chance that we're responding from further away, otherwise we'd be in target. And we would be below the 15-minute target piece. So I can't answer your question on how many times there's no ambulance. What I can look at is response time, the number of units that are coming in, and sort of draw some conclusions there. Because without AVL data, I really can't answer that. So.
There are yeah. Then I'm curious as to where other groups are getting their information about when ambulances aren't available in certain areas there.
It's a good question.
Is that a good question? Okay.
I would have that same question. There's a lot of assumptions people make, and you know, as you know, obviously my previous role is South and Central, and I deal a lot with rural and urban, and I get that question really often, and that's where I prefer to look at the data and go, you know, 98% of the calls are being done, our response times and target. So I would say the majority of the time the ambulances in the community respond. When you sort of put the pieces together, you know, we definitely have work to do in Canmore on that. You know, why are the resources there? Is that because we're doing too many IFTs? Is it because the crew's fatiguing out? Those are things that we need to answer and do that. But that's partly why we need to get that second crew off the core flex, because that solves one of the pieces of fatigue and the reason that ambulance might not be available versus the volume side of things. So.
I'm really glad to hear there's more resources being allocated to Canmore. I think we've had about the same amount of ambulances and staff for a good 10 years, yet our population and the number of people in town has increased significantly. So I look forward to seeing those resources allocated to our humble abode. Thank you.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you for your presentation, taking the time to come down, gentlemen. With regards, there's a slide that you had close to here. I think it was around this where it says like percentage of ambulances going out. I think it was like at one point we had 20. Yeah, I think that's the one there where it looks like we're not going to Calgary as often. But how do we address some of the issues like with, say, like the Stony Nakoda and the Banff region? Are they getting bumped up resources as well so that we won't have to head out there and help them out as much too? I'm curious about this from a regional solution process too.
Yeah, so specifically Nakoda, we are working with them. They do have multiple ambulances that work sort of 24 hours a day and fatigue and timeouts, and we are trying to work with them on their model. We are having some challenges with some of the changes we'd like to see them make and help us with that, but we'll continue to work with them and try to design a model that can work for them and their staffing challenges, but also work for us in our response time. So there is some work in the whole corridor on that part of it, and how we might support that part of it. So, you know, it's, and whether that becomes more resources in Nakoda, more resources here where we're supporting it, those are some of the design pieces that we need to figure out. I know what's coming for me from an official administrator is some specific targets. You know, I might have seen them, but they'll be announced officially in that sense. But like, it's not just Calgary. We're going to have, like, if you understand, like, we have different targets. So if you're City of Calgary, the P50 is 8 minutes and the P90 is 12, versus a more urban center is sort of, or greater than 3,000 is 10 and 15. You start to get communities under 3,000, we're 20 minutes at the P50 and 40, and then you get sort of remote places where it's 60 minutes or whatever it might be. What's key there is we're going to have, what we have is some data that says pre-pandemic we were here, during pandemic we got here, in December we're at X, and by April 1 we're going to be here. And there's improvement targets for each of those categories. So for example, in Canmore, there's going to be, obviously we know where we're at in the last quarter. We're at 18 minutes. There's, I don't know if he's going to say be at 14 minutes by April 1, but they're going to be looking for specific targets that improve response times from a government direction. But with that, we also have been putting in our budget asks that are going to help us get there on some of those pieces. But just like Nakota, there's going to be improvement targets expected there, and we'll work with those service providers to make sure we're meeting those needs, which will obviously sort of have that spin out. We never look in our design as sort of one community on their own. However, our focus is sort of making sure, the way I view it as sort of system status management, and over the years is system status management should be helping us manage large scale events, big peak periods, those kind of things. When we see sort of that 76% or 50% or coverage here, we've overused the SSM principles to manage volume that we know, and that's the part that we need to fix from a resource. That we'll have lots of resources. We've had some calls of the big MVCs, the fog, that makes sense where resources come from ever. It's a borderless system, but we need to manage everyday volume that we know in a community with the resources that are in the community. So.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to hiring, like I know you're talking about you're getting guys from Australia, other places as well. When these positions open up, how easy will it be to fill those spots?
I could let Rob answer that.
Sure, I'd love to know.
Here's what I'll say.
Because I know there's backlogs to train and all that stuff.
Yeah. Rob can give more of a Canmore context, but
Sure.
I'll give a South Zone context.
What's South Zone stand for? I'm sorry.
South Zone.
South
so
Zone.
like Tabor, Coaldale, we made some changes, and the only reason I use the example is it highlights. We only have so many paramedics in the province, right? And fatigue and core flex shifts. People don't, we know, we did a casual survey. We know from our casuals that they don't like that shifting pattern, and it's a challenge. And it's a little anecdotal, this statement, but like in Tabor, we posted for 4. They knew we were going to some day and night shifts. Historically, prior, we'd get 7, 8 applicants, within the zone from going casual. And that one posting, we got 23 applicants, and 13 of them were external. And they weren't external to a contract service provider, because a lot of times we end up stealing staff from one location to another, and we don't do anything good in the system. But what we found when we connected with those folks was that they lived in the area. They just sort of left EMS as an industry and as a profession because they didn't really want to work 24-hour shifts. So we look at that as a good potential to say, hey, there's people that are out there that just got away from EMS and supporting their communities because they didn't want to work 24-hour shifts. And if we can move away from that, from a recruitment tool. Now, I don't know what that means in Canmore, and I know Rob, in chatting with him, he's fairly confident of knowing his staff that we would be able to fill that position, but I'll let you add anything that you'd like, sir.
If you could just come to the microphone, sorry.
Thank you,
so
sir.
that,
It's just so that Councillor
so the viewing audience at home can hear you, including Councillor McCallum.
Okay. So the Canmore is a very desirable location. We've had conversations with our existing staff, some of them that are currently on the Core Flex, and they've really been pushing on us to move that to a 24-hour resource. And I think we could probably fill it almost immediately. So that part, the hiring piece will not be a problem for this location. If this was possibly somewhere else, we'd be more problematic, but not in Canmore. So.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Makes sense. Right. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for coming and keeping us updated. Welcome to your new position, and look forward to seeing you again.
Okay, well, we'll hopefully chat soon. Thanks.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. So now we will move to item D. D1, Staff Reports, 2022 Childcare Assessment. Ms. West, welcome to the Committee of the Whole.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Thank you. My name is Elle West. I'm the Community Evaluator, and I'll be presenting the Childcare Assessment today. First, a little bit of background. This is the first assessment. No previous childcare assessment has been done in Canmore. And in light of the provincial government recently increasing funding for childcare, we wanted to give context to the current state of childcare so that we had an accurate picture of childcare availability in our community. We sent out surveys to both parents and guardians of children and also to businesses. This survey was announced in Rocky Mountain Outlook, on the town website, in e-news, and in social media. And the survey ran from October 18 to November 9th last year. There were 215 survey responses collected from the parent and guardian survey, representing 332 children, or 16% of children in Canmore. The business survey had responses from 19 businesses, representing over 300 staff in Canmore. And interviews were conducted personally with each of the licensed childcare providers in Canmore. Highlights of the data that we collected from the parent survey include 46% of survey respondents stating that they are able to access the childcare they need, 28% saying that lack of childcare has affected their ability to attend work, and 62% of parents who are currently accessing childcare were on a wait list before they were able to access that. One of the questions we had on the parent and guardian survey was asking if there were barriers experienced in accessing childcare. And most commonly, the response was that there were no spaces available or no spaces available in the age range that they need for their children. Cost was also mentioned, as well as hours of the day or days of the week not being available. Transportation was mentioned, but most notably what I want to point out about this particular slide is that 15 people out of the 215 who responded stated that they did not experience any barriers. That's only 7% of the people who responded to the survey. For the business survey, there were a total of 19 responses, and 18 of those 19 stated that childcare or a lack of available childcare in Canmore does have an impact on the times of day that their staff are available. 16 out of those 19 said that there was an impact on the days of the week their staff are available, and 12 of those 19 said that childcare or a lack of it has an impact on the wages that they are paying to their staff. 15 of those 19, or 79%, said that childcare does affect the ability of that business to retain their staff. We also learned from the business survey that 26% of those businesses have their staff doing seasonal work, 32% have them doing shift work, and 42% of these businesses require their staff to work on weekends. When we look at the childcare that we do have available in Canmore, there are no weekends, no evenings, and no early morning coverage for childcare available in town. Of our 3 licensed daycares, one of them operates from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and the other 2 start at either 7:30 or 7:45 and go until 5:30. These hours are shorter than the hours that were available pre-COVID pandemic. When I spoke with those childcares directly, they told me that they weren't able to extend the hours back to the pre-COVID hours because of staff shortages. The childcare providers that I spoke to understood that there are families in need, and they're doing their best to work with their limited resources to provide as much care as they can for these families. Some of them are putting limits on the age of children that they accept into their centres in order to maximize the number of spaces available. Some of them are limiting the days of the week, and some of them are limiting the hours that they can provide care. Every one of our licensed childcare providers in Canmore has a wait list. The wait list on average has about 100 names on the list, and the average length of time that we gathered from our parent survey was between 16 and 17 months on that wait list. Some of the families will never succeed in accessing a childcare space in Canmore before their child reaches school age. When we asked the parents in the survey what other things they were doing when they weren't able to access care, They told us that some would flex their days off work with their partner so that they could take turns staying home with a child. Some of us told us that they hired a babysitter or a nanny. Some would have arrangements made with family or neighbors or friends, and some would leave town. It's worth noting that in the survey, multiple respondents told us that they are keeping their children in care, even when they don't need to sometimes. If they have a leave, let's say maternity leave for a second child or some time off of work, they're afraid to take their child out of care because they know when the time comes to put them back in, there may not be any space available. So I want to talk about childcare spaces as in the number of spots that are available in care, but it can be a little confusing. So I want to clarify a couple things first. One is that we are talking in this report about licensed childcare spaces only. There are unlicensed childcare options in town, but they are difficult to define and difficult to track. If somebody is cooperating with their neighbor to watch their children for them and they may have 3 or 4 kids in their home, that could be defined as babysitting or it could be defined as a day home. And if it's unlicensed, there's no clear definition. Some of these arrangements are also temporary and shift quite a bit, so they're difficult to track. We are going to talk specifically about licensed spaces, and that's consistent with the provincial tracking numbers as well. We also know from the parent survey that many families are using unlicensed or unregistered day homes as a means to fill the gap while they're on the wait list for licensed care. Some commented that they believe there would be a higher quality of care in a licensed facility as opposed to an unlicensed one. And parents are not eligible for the provincial childcare subsidy unless they are accessing a licensed facility. The other thing I want to point out is that the number of licensed spaces that the Alberta government says you can operate with in a childcare facility is not the same thing as operational capacity. And for some people, this was confusing, so I'll just clarify with an analogy of our swimming pool. Here at Elevation Place, we have a pool, and the Alberta government says you have a license to fit X number of people in the pool at any one time, and you cannot exceed that maximum. I think it's about 400 for our pool. That doesn't mean that we operate with 400 people in the swimming pool on a regular basis. There are other things to consider. Lifeguards are needed, and the ratio of lifeguards to swimmers needs to be considered. The age of those swimmers will make a difference in how many lifeguards are needed. The physical layout of the space and the conditions will make a difference in how many people can be accommodated on any one day. The same is true with childcare. The province requires a certain amount of square meters per child, and that difference that changes depending on the age of the child. They're also provincially required to have mandated staff-to-child ratios. And again, those vary depending on the age of the child. Some centres that I spoke to said that they would only ever be able to operate at fully licensed capacity if they refused to accept any children under the age of 4. Other centres told me that they are unable to operate at a higher capacity due to staff shortages. Why is it important to define this difference between licensed spaces and operational capacity? To make sure that we understand licensed spaces is a maximum and not necessarily an accurate reflection of operating capacity. If we looked only at the number of childcare spaces licensed by the province, it would tend to make childcare coverage look higher than it is in reality. So here's our picture of our current operational capacity numbers in Canmore, and this is accurate as of November 2022. These numbers will vary slightly. Children will age, they'll have birthdays, they'll move into different categories. But as we can see from this chart, there is a high need for under 3-year-olds and then also over 6-year-olds, which means the before and after school care programs. And again, these numbers are different from the number of licensed spaces that the province tracks. Let's talk about the province's numbers. The province of Alberta put out a document which was included as an attachment in the report, and it shows the childcare coverage for each community throughout the province of Alberta. They used 2 numbers to come up with this childcare: the population of children under the age of 6 and the number of licensed spaces, and they came up with coverage numbers. You can see the categories of high, moderate, and low need as defined by the province, and Canmore is defined as having 23% coverage rate, which puts us in the low need category. Why is it important to clarify our numbers and compare them to the province's equation? Well, these categories are being used by the province to prioritize funding for their childcare space creation grants. Our community is being deprioritized for funding based on a general tool that was applied to the whole province, without consideration for our community's individual characteristics. Additionally, when a community has childcare coverage of less than 33%, My research shows that this fits the definition of a childcare desert. Anytime there is less than one childcare space for every 3 children, that meets the definition of a childcare desert. While we are sitting at 23% right now, that means slightly less than 1 space for every 4 children in Canmore. Also, this is where we are at currently, but I think it's important to look forward. We have the example of Quebec to look at. Quebec has had subsidized childcare ever since the 1990s. And we know what happened when subsidies came into place. The demand skyrocketed as soon as the cost went down and it became more affordable for families to access. We've also seen this locally here in town. Last year, when the province expanded the eligibility for the provincial subsidy requirements, as soon as that came into play, the wait list at our childcare centers increased dramatically. With the current federal provincial plan to provide an average of $10 a day daycare in Alberta, demand will likely increase again as childcare becomes more affordable. Staff and space are common themes in this assessment. Each one of the 3 daycares in town stated that recruiting and retaining staff is one of their biggest challenges. Staff are needed to meet the mandated adult-to-child ratios, but low wages paid for early childcare staff means that many leave for other jobs with higher pay or leave Canmore for a lower cost of living. Additionally, the province limits each daycare on their ability to raise the cost of daycare to parents, which they could then use to increase the pay to their staff. When I talk about space in this slide, I'm referring to physical space, the buildings that each daycare operates in, and all of our daycares are limited by their current space. Some share space with other agencies like the Notre Dame School or the Elizabeth Rummel School. And some are actively looking for ways to expand or even move to a new location, and some are considering using portables to provide more childcare. While our daycares are struggling with long wait lists and struggling to find and keep staff, perhaps day homes could help fill in some space. So let's look at day homes in Canmore. In most of our neighborhoods here in town, neighborhoods are zoned as R1, and in this neighborhood, childcare would be included as discretionary use. Even in our higher density buildings where other home occupation Class 2 businesses may not be permitted, there is an exception made for day homes. What we spoke to our local day home licensing agency, we learned that 2 or 3 times a year on average, there are people who expressed interest in opening a day home and they want to do so and begin the process. What happens is they are unable to obtain approval from their landlord, their condo board, or their property owner, and so they're prevented from doing so. Part of my research for this report was to look at some other communities. While childcare is a provincial responsibility, there are some other municipalities who've introduced new tools to increase funds for childcare, including community amenity contributions or density bonus zoning, and some have had childcare facilities built in kind with funding from development cost levies. Other municipalities have created childcare advisory committees, and many have examined their own administrative processes to make sure that things like land use bylaws are not a barrier to people who want to open more daycare spaces. They've also looked at waiving licensing fees and making sure there is information available and support to those who would like to open more daycare spaces. In summary, as we consider current childcare needs, what is adequate childcare? At present, the only definition of adequate childcare is from the province, which defines Canmore as low need and which uses 33% as the defining line. We need to think about what adequate childcare is for Canmore, to be an indicator of a strong, livable community, for us to be an inclusive and accessible community, and to consider not just our current needs, but our future ones as well. I'll leave my last slide with a quote from one of the responses we had on the parent survey. That is, "We urgently need to have more daycare spaces available. Childcare, and the lack of it, is the single largest threat to my business. It is the reason we are debating leaving the Bow Valley." And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. West, for that presentation. And I really appreciate this work being done. It's startling to me that 63% of communities in Alberta are in a childcare desert. And we are certainly in that desert ourselves. And if you're in the childcare desert, it baffles me how we can be described as low need. Although I guess it's reflective of perhaps a very widespread problem. And as you alluded to, we're going to have to define for ourselves what is adequate here and work in that regard. So I do want to say just right off the hopper, using this report as a launching pad for discussion, I intend to convene a meeting of community stakeholders and interested parties for a roundtable discussion on childcare in Canmore and addressing questions such as what is adequate childcare in Canmore, what assets and opportunities do we have, what challenges do we face, and how can we work together in order to increase the availability of childcare in our community. So thank you for this work. It is definitely going to feed that discussion immensely. I do have one quick question before turning to my colleagues. There was a couple of statements that I completely understand. One is it's very difficult to hire staff, given the wage rates, cost of living, et cetera. Yet there are some that could increase the number of spaces if they had more space. So how would those,
Basically,
how would they get the staffing required for those extra spaces?
and I'll make sure to include Lisa if there's anything that she feels she can add or accompany my answer. When I spoke with each of our childcare providers, I asked if funding was available, like if we magically had enough money to open more space, would that work? Would that solve the childcare problem? And each of them said no, that staff would be required and the physical space. So they are each limited with their physical square footage where they currently are.
So it's
and
both.
then staff and then funding
So
as
it's
well
both.
would all be needed.
We need space and we need staff.
Correct.
And then we can provide more spaces.
Yes.
It's also very interesting to me and certainly will be a topic for discussion is how do we change the tide on day homes and having those discussions with people in our community about the rules that are in place for particular buildings or developments that prevent that from happening, because I think that that's also something that can also help people earn an income and stay
Support
here.
the community, yes.
Very good. So looking to other members of council for any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for your presentation. Childcare is obviously something that I have relied on, and anybody that is a working parent knows that when your childcare is going great, life is great. And when it is sour, life is sour. It is so stressful to be out of childcare, to learn that your daycare provider is perhaps closing their day home, etc. My family accessed an unlicensed facility with a woman that's been in our community for 30 years. I know that this is not everybody's experience in their communities. We've had an amazing experience. I think that is due in part because of the size of Canmore as well. But I know that that's not the case anywhere, or everywhere rather. So I was wondering if you could help me understand how this transition to $10 a day daycare is moving throughout the province. I see here in your report, and it's a great report, by the way, discussion over the income, and that by the 2026, everybody in Alberta that has kids within a licensed facility will have the ability to access their $10 a day daycare. Is there still a hybrid between $10 a day daycare and the subsidy that exists in the province? And can you explain that, please?
I think I can answer, and again, I'll make sure that Lisa's invited to join in if she can add to this. There are a couple different ways that people can access subsidized care right now. One is that the province is providing grants to the daycares specifically, so the parents don't have to pay out of pocket. There's just lowered rates for licensed facilities right off the top. Then there's also a subsidy to the parents. So they pay and then they get reimbursed, or they apply and then pay lower rates. So some of that money is going directly to the child care providers and some of it's going to the parents. The goal of the federal provincial child care agreement over the next few years is that eventually there will be an average, and that's the word of the federal provincial child care agreement, is there will be an average of $10 a day care throughout Alberta.
Gotcha. So that means, and if I read your report correctly, so our nonprofit daycares then are able to access the $10 a day subsidy, but if there is a for-profit daycare, and I'm not sure what the status of Mountain Munchkins, whether it's a for-profit or not for-profit, but are both of our major daycare centers eligible to receive $10 a day funding for their charges, for their kids?
Yeah, right now, both Mountain Munchkins and Kenmore Community Daycare Society and the Francophone Daycare can all provide those subsidies to parents. It's the
Gotcha.
unlicensed or unregistered places that would
Yes.
not be able to do that. Going forward, the provincial federal childcare agreement states that they will be prioritizing funds for nonprofit, first of all, but that they will be including plans to make sure that the for-profit childcare centers are involved as well.
Gotcha. Great. And my next question, well, actually, it was a statement. This miscalculation of our required need in our community is not the first time I've heard of something like this. Like, I know that during or still through Bull Valley Regional Housing, when we try to assess our core needs income thresholds, we are off by multitudes to our neighboring community of Banff, which is kind of strange. We've been speaking with them for about 8 years, trying to get them to fix their calculations because we could actually point to a cell in an Excel spreadsheet where their miscalculation was occurring, and still haven't gotten much movement on that. So it is, this is a habitual thing. But I do believe that not only, Your Worship, do we need to consider putting together a roundtable to speak about this more. And I'm quite disappointed to hear about landlords not permitting daycare, day homes rather, in their facilities, because I know that within the current rental projects that we approved in the last 5 years, we made a point of ensuring that those places had the ability to provide childcare within those units. But I think that we also need to do some heavy duty lobbying through our MLA to correct this miscalculation. And I will be sure to bring this report to my Safe and Healthy Communities Committee, because that is a staggering number of 63% of Alberta communities.
So,
anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for that, Councillor McCallum. If I could just ask a question following up on that. I think the reference to the calculation was that it's not necessarily mistaken in how they did their math, but mistaken in the philosophy behind it, that it doesn't take into account the individual attributes and situations of particular communities, right?
Agreed. Yes.
And so I think that it's trying to do a one-size-fits-all approach when, you know, here, if anywhere, we need both parents working at least one job each in order to get through, and that's not the same for other places in the province. And therefore, we need more spots per our population than perhaps another, and therefore our need is higher in that regard. So I think that's definitely where some lobbying needs to be done. And to your point, Councillor McCallum, around landlords and rules of maybe some condo associations, I would hope that that's one of the action items that could come out of a discussion would be an active conversation with those stakeholders to see if we can get some movement on that. So thank you for that. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Ms. West. In your talks with the licensed providers, if they could magically somehow staff to the level that they wanted to staff, what would the boost in spaces be?
There was one particular agency that told me they could increase their spaces. It might have been by about 10 spaces total if they could have a fully staffed facility. There was one that told me that they, even with, they are currently staffed as much as they can be, and it would not increase their spaces. One in particular is very, very close to their operating capacity is very close to their maximum licensed spaces, and the way they do this is by not allowing any children under the age of 3. Those staff to child ratios are much tighter when we go to younger ages. And so by having older kids, it's easier to fit more kids in.
Right, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I remember when I had my first daughter, we were able to, by luck, get her in, and we put her in way earlier than we thought we would. Think about this, just so we can actually snag a spot, and that was a bit of a game changer. And then for 1 year, we did like benefit from that $10 daycare pilot program for the NDP, and that was like one of those guilty years where we just felt this level of disparity. Like, not only did we have like childcare for our kid, but it was also at this rate, and then we had other friends that had no childcare or just struggling to pay, and the disparity that was created by that was definitely not lost on us. Okay, thank you for your time.
And of course, if current space or current operations were able to get more space and they magically had the ability to hire staff, that would increase the numbers as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? Councillor Graham?
Thank you all. Your worship, I too support that roundtable discussion. I think it's much needed and will help us get to where we need to go, hopefully. I got to say that this was one of the more depressing reports I think I've read over the last little while. I live across from one of the day homes, and I just see droves and droves of people coming and going all the time, and also see when they're not there, and they aren't there in those hours, before, I think is it 8 a.m.?
7 is the earliest.
7, yeah, and then after 6, and I know how many of our community work those extra hours. So is it simply staffing that isn't allowing them to provide those hours outside of the kind of the 9 to 5?
Staffing is definitely one of the biggest themes. We've heard each of the childcare providers tell us that recruiting and then also maintaining staff is an ongoing challenge for each of them. Yeah. Staff would help, but additional space and additional funding is required as well.
Even for those, is space required for those extra time slots? Not really. That's more of a staffing problem, correct?
To expand the hours, let's say beyond 5:30 to 6 or 6:30 p.m., yes. Okay. Most of them said that was staff.
And then, can you help me understand, one of your charts said there was no kids between 0 and 1. That's correct. There is no, unless you're going through an unlicensed provider, there is no childcare available in Canmore for children under the age of 1. Some refuse children under 2, some refuse children under 3, but none provide childcare under the age of 1. And that is not normal, correct? Like, other communities have that support? Other communities do. It's also not as common to focus on the first year. Most people who have maternity leave for a year would take it in the earliest time of that child's life, but it wouldn't span the whole first year. Right. Thank you very much for your report.
Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I just wanted to daisy chain off of Councillor Graham's question. Are we, with regards to children under the age of 1, when I had my oldest child, you actually required a doctor's note to put your kid in daycare if they were under 10 months old. Is that still the case, or?
Good question. I do not know the answer, unfortunately.
Okay. That was 16 years ago, so things might have changed. It was also about 2 years after maternity leave had increased from 1 year to 6 months. 6 months to 1 year, and it was that disconnect where you couldn't actually get daycare for a kid under 10 months, yet you could only get 6 months mat leave, which I think was one of the impetus to increase maternity leave to a year, which is, of course, now 18 months if you like. Anyways, thank you very much.
Not seeing any other questions. I could just add a little context. We're not alone in this. My kids are in a community in another province, and they're looking at daycare for their 1-year-old, or soon to be 1-year-old, and there's a 4-year wait list. Go figure that one out. They would have had to get on the list 3 years prior to birth,
right,
in order to get daycare. So it's not fun, as Councillor McCallum described very well. So thank you very much for the report. Excellent job, and thank you for coming and seeing us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Moving to item D2, Emergency Social Services Overview. Ms. Gilchrist, welcome to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just see if I can get
Sure.
myself opened here. And tech savvy is not my forte. Oops, what have I done? There we go.
Whoops is okay dealing with technology. It's not okay if you're getting your hair cut or you're being operated on. So,
Well, it was sort of funny yesterday. Elle asked a question, and IT question, and I got it right in the office. And I said, IT is coming headhunting. Watch out. Here I am. Anyways, thank you guys so much for your time this afternoon for me to give you a bit of an update on an overview of what emergency social services is and some of the key changes and things that we've adjusted due to sort of the changing landscape of emergency social services. So in the presentation today, I'll give you a bit of a definition of emergency social services, a bit of a history of how emergency social services fits into the larger emergency management landscape. We'll talk a bit about how emergency social services operates within the town of Canmore and the structure and sort of how we have made it serve the needs of our community, and then some of that key revisions and what happens in the plan as we're moving forward. So, emergency social services really is that human support that we provide to people who've been impacted by a larger scale disaster or emergency. It's a bit of a tricky definition as we've seen the changing landscape of what disasters look like. You know, post-flood, you heard everywhere that emergency social services was the services we provide to people once they're on the other side of the yellow tape. Our first responders have got them out of that evacuation zone into a safe space, but we've seen with the pandemic, there is no yellow tape, and with some of the changing landscape of where emergency management fits in, it's a little bit less about that immediate danger other side. And so it's really, we're trying to land on a better definition perhaps that encompasses that scope of just simply impacted by an event, and yet we're not the first responders. So, the history of emergency social services. We started out really as something called disaster social services. Very, very separate from the larger emergency management picture. It was often looked at as a different system. And it was during this time often that this confusion sort of with FCSS and disaster social services. Municipalities often look to their FCSS people. You guys are people. You know how to serve this. This is your responsibility. And some of that confusion remains today in the world of emergency social services. We've been really, really lucky in Canmore that there's always been budget to support people like FCSS being often the right people in an organization to support emergency social services. But we've been recognized that it's actually the responsibility of the local authority and that it's funded for us to offer that support. But we certainly continue to, and I have been presenting across the province at a multitude of places in the last few years, trying to help people stop blurring those lines and making sure that they're clear that their emergency social services is part of their emergency management and not the responsibility of FCSS because it can't actually fund it. It's an ineligible expense. And this was further confused actually because when the province decided we're going to recognize sort of emergency social services as an entity of response in emergency, they didn't put it with Alberta Emergency Management Agency. They put it over in Community Services Ministry, totally different ministry, with FCSS. So it furthered that kind of confusion, and it made it really struggle in terms of recognizing that it's part of emergency management. It's not a separate entity, and that we need to work together at the local level as well as at the provincial level to to really have the greatest impact and coordinated response for our communities. So very, very happy that in 2020, Emergency Social Services moved and is now in the same ministry working together with Alberta Emergency Management. It's a real space of progress. I think that we're really lucky that this process is happening. At the same time, it's a slow process. There's old schools of thought. There's folks who are still with this, oh, I don't know about ESS, I don't know where they fit. We're the first responders. So it's an ongoing process, we're working with it, but I think it's absolutely forward direction and a real step for local authorities when we are in an event to have all of our services and provincial support coordinated at the provincial level as well, so quite key. The other thing is this expansion of scope for emergency social services. In the past, we've always been looked at it, you're the reception center people. We're evacuating, people have to move, they need to get out of their community, there's a fire, there's a flood, you're gonna offer food, lodging, you know, emotional supports, translation supports, cultural sensitivity, all of those sorts of things. But what we're finding with extreme heat events, with the pandemic, with all sorts of things like that, that traditional vision of emergency social services no longer fits. So there is this expansion of the scope, which comes with it expansion of needing to learn and grow and shift what it is that we're doing. There's also a professionalism of emergency social services that's happening. There's this recognition as we've gotten into the emergency management landscape more integrated, that just because you work in recreation or work in FCSS, it doesn't necessarily mean you have the skills to manage people, support people, organize the kind of supports required when they're in an emergency or in a disaster, that there is specialty in that, there's professionalism in that. So what we've seen with the integration is that there's a whole new training set being made for emergency social services, that there's places like NATE looking at, is it a certificate program? If it was a certificate program, what would we need to be training people on? That there's this whole push towards, it's not off the side of everyone's desk, that it's going to be a profession, that there's a professionalization of emergency social services. So, in Canmore, the way we operate is really through an emergency social services leadership team. That team is comprised of 7 people, and it's got representation on there from 4 different departments at the town of Canmore. We have a person from facilities department, from economic development through the arts and events, a few people through CSD, and also through the recreation department. So we've chosen to do that because it isn't anyone's full-time job or even part-time job. It's off the corner of our desks, and we have to carve out and be intentional about recognizing it's really important for our community to know that we're prepared and for us to feel capable and competent, but that we need to spread out that responsibility across a larger group of people in order to be successful. We also have an emergency social services director, and so that's Lisa Brown, our manager of community social development, but we really realized that it's great to have all the workload changed here, but the buck needs to stop at somebody. Somebody needs to be sort of responsible to make sure we've got coverage during the Christmas break or the summer holidays. We need somebody who is making sure that there's forward action and prompting us to get things done. And so we have that emergency social services director position as well. And then really key to our local operations is our regional and provincial representation. So there is 2 things that are emergency social services specific. One is an emergency social services network of Alberta. It is made up of 2 representatives from each of the emergency management regions in the province, and it really works to build regional connections. In our South Central region here, we have an ESS standards document that allows us to easily and quickly get additional resources, whether it's cots or blankets or something that someone else has, we keep an inventory, or whether it's personnel. that we can have our DEM, our Director of Emergency Management, reach out to another South Central one, and then they've signed off an agreement that we can share those resources. So I sit actually as one of the South Central representatives on that network, and it really allows us also this opportunity not to reinvent the wheel, not to start from scratch. And so I think our regional and provincial connections help us save time when it's the corner of the desk. I know from those meetings who's just made a new plan. So I don't have to go searching. I can say, can I borrow yours? Can I take a look at yours? Let's see what's going on. And I can quickly read them and find the pieces that fit our community, the pieces that I don't want to. And it really is really incredibly valuable, I think, both now and in any time that we would be having a response. We have training standards and a connection to the people that would be coming in to serve our community. So in this local ESS operation, I think we often think about emergency management as the time of the event. And actually, I would say the bulk of the work in emergency social services lives in the preparedness and often actually in the recovery phase, not in that response that our minds immediately go to that there's a flood. So in this preparedness phase, this is where we really review that plan. We update procedures. So when it was the pandemic, all of a sudden we're hitting high season and it's like, oh, our plan for reception center operation would not work when there's distancing, masking, a pandemic going on. What's our procedure and plan for a dual disaster situation, and what does that look like? So that is that responsibility of the leadership team in the preparedness phase. We also, as a leadership team, provide training to ESS members. And ESS members are other people that are Town of Canmore staff who receive basic emergency management training, the Incident Command System 100 training, and then they receive ESS-specific training offered internally, quarterly. We haven't been as good with quarterly during COVID, but quarterly training to keep it fresh and so that they would be able to respond with a level of competence and capacity to do some of the higher level jobs expected in that ICS incident command structure. We also are having MOUs, vendors, facilities. They need to meet a certain level of accessibility, of commercial kitchen, those sorts of things. A lot of that is guided by AHS as to what would be appropriate venues for many of our services. So we try to build relationship and connection both with those and other vendors who may be providing us food at the time, hotels who may be providing us lodging services, whatever the needs might be. The advanced agreements are very helpful when there is a response that we need to support. Again, in the preparedness is a lot of that regional and provincial involvement. There is every 6 weeks training and opportunities for us to engage South Central with the province as well, find out what they're doing, where they're going, where they might need our support, get our feedback on what's working well in what they're up to, maybe training opportunities and curriculum they could develop that would support us on a local level. And then the final piece that we really work a lot in the preparedness phase is this, there's a Bow Valley Wellness Preparedness and Recovery Coalition that actually came out of the 2013 floods. In our learning there, we had ourselves responding and we had a lot of our community agencies responding, and then the event was over, but it wasn't over for the people. And so although we're not necessarily operating in an active emergency social services standpoint, the recovery for people and the various supports and the needs and the anniversaries and things that might trigger events, we created this committee, and it's been meeting ever since 2013 floods. When the pandemic hit, it went from quarterly meetings a year to weekly meetings, and then backed off to 2 weeks to a month, and we're back to quarterly again. But it's really an ongoing thing that's led by Alberta Health Services. It involves our partners like Victim Services, Town of Banff, MD of Bighorn. It's a lovely collective, but it keeps us monitoring that community and really in that space of preparedness in advance as well as the title says, recovery down the road. So in the response phase of ESS, we get activated by the Emergency Command Center. We don't just decide, hey, we're ready to go, we'll just do. So the activation comes from our emergency management and the Emergency Command Center. Our plan then, that we're going to talk a little bit about at the end of the presentation, is our guide in what that activation might look like. It's based on the incident command structure, which has the ability to expand and contract based on the scope of the event, the complexities of the event. And so you only have to activate the functions that are required in that particular event. So, you know, a whole neighborhood being evacuated is quite different than when the house explosion happened and what we needed to activate that night. It's different when you have people coming off the highway that aren't your residents. And just looking at what are the key pieces that we need to activate within this, and then we're able to do that. The absolute, I think, probably key thing that is required is good communication between the Emergency Command Center and the Emergency Social Services during a response. There's an ESS person in the Emergency Command Center, and the communication about what's going on both with the situation and what's happening within the ESS response, numbers, needs, length of the event, what's happening, keeping that information so that the information that the ESS response has and is giving to the public is accurate. And the support that the Emergency Command Center gives to ESS is also really key. The response phase 2 is where we, you know, incorporate additional ESS supports and things as needed. That's those regional and provincial connections. The province, if we have an event, is always more than happy to help coordinate. If even we're too busy to get the regional ourselves, they will get it on our behalf, which is kind of nice. And then our final phase in ESS operations is the recovery. So again, we would deactivate. Often in the olden days of it, it was 72 hours was kind of your window of emergency social services. We know that that's no longer a really accurate representation of the current disasters that we're seeing. But whatever length of time that is, that deactivation is also done by the Emergency Command Center to say we can stand down. And then it becomes that bit of a conversation I had already about that committee is we need to continue to monitor community. Just because the event's over doesn't mean the impact for people is over. And to continue to do additional individual or community supports. And those often do fall back to the current agencies, because it's now not this intensive space. It's able to be incorporated within their scope of work on a regular basis. It's just recognizing and being alert to those changes. And we're certainly seeing that in people's response post-COVID, that we are still seeing a different level of mental health need, that hasn't gone away. And then in the recovery phase is both to debrief with our Emergency Command Center and have our learnings there, but within our ESS grouping and team. Really important to hear everybody's perspective and learning on how things went so that we can incorporate those like we just did in our new plan. So some of the key features of the ESS plan is that it is something that's required of a municipality. When you look at the Emergency Management Act, it doesn't talk a lot about emergency social services. It just says you as a municipality need to have a plan to provide emergency social services. It's, as I mentioned before, within the incident command structure, so it has the operations and logistics and planning and those sorts of areas. And then it's activated by the ECC and also supported by the ECC. So, key plan revisions. Based on some exercises that have happened recently and also looking at some different structures that some of the various other municipalities have chosen to adopt, ESS traditionally has been housed under the operational component of an emergency command center. But what they're finding is operations has got so many things, often to be active about, that ESS is easily sometimes lost in that. And so we've made the decision with the support of the Director of Emergency Management to make a new section that's an ESS section. So that person is at the leadership table to have direct link, and the only reporting that they are doing is about ESS. So it doesn't get sort of watered down in the operational component. With that, we've also had conversation about that people are always impacted, even if the impact doesn't require additional supports to people in terms of food, water, clothing, emotional support, but that in our messaging, in what we say, how we say it, what we think about, whether it's triggering, some of those things. So that every time an emergency command center is open now, ESS will be activated at least to have the person in the emergency command center, even if there's no other place that they're communicating to, have that emergency social services voice there. We've also more clearly defined the role of that ESS director so that there's better clarity both for the leadership team and for Ms. Brown in that situation about what is her responsibilities. The inclusion of outreach. And so the plan used to look very much like a reception center plan, as did all communities. And so now it has this richness of what do we do when it's an extreme heat event and we're not opening a reception center per se, or during the pandemic? And so it's given us this opportunity to really look at what those things might look like, and recognizing that we can't write a plan for all scenarios, and that the outreach is a real depending upon the situation kind of concept. So we've written in, how do you do that? How do we decide what it is when we can't plan for every unique situation outside of a facility? And so the new plan incorporates this outreach concept of coming together as a leadership team to discuss the situation and make a short-term plan within kind of a procedural plan guideline. And then we've made a few significant staffing shifts. I'm quite excited about these. I think there's real opportunity for us. So the members, as I mentioned before, are trained within the town of Canmore. We've added a category called ESS Friends in our plan. And that's, all honesty, stolen from the city of Calgary. And it is really people that, if business continuity is able to happen within the town of Canmore, and we have additional employees when we need support with emergency social services who could come and respond to the emergency social services response and receive just-in-time training. So when you look at our ICS structure, there is a lot of various functions that don't need a lot of training. We can have people up to speed within 15 minutes because we're not asking them to be in leadership roles or in any key decision-making roles. They're really functions. And so having friends, and also we're going to incorporate volunteers in that same scope. And so we've always struggled with, when there's an event every 2 years or 3 years, keeping volunteers engaged, specifically for emergency social services, is difficult. But what we do know is what we need is screened volunteers that just can have just-in-time training also. And so we are going to incorporate, when we're onboarding volunteers, the question of, would you like to be on an on-call list to respond to support people in community if there were an event? And if they've said yes, we will have that distribution list available of already trusted, screened volunteers that are volunteering for the town of Canmore. So that's an exciting opportunity, I think, for us to really build our portfolio and to keep people interested, because they're actually doing a different job. They're delivering Meals on Wheels, volunteer driving, whatever, as their primary focus, and this would be a secondary focus. And then we've kind of formalized, in terms of staffing, some of our partnerships and what that looks like, and what to do when people, NGOs and various folks, want to support an event, and what they're offering isn't always a need, and what are the criteria, and how do we continue to manage that as a local authority and keep sort of the control of what services are needed and how they're being delivered within ours. Because we've certainly seen second phase disasters happen in communities where people have come in to help and it wasn't helpful to to the event. We've removed a lot of the procedural elements from the plan too, so that we don't have to continually update something as something tweaks and changes, and that we can review the plan formally less frequently, but check our procedures and continue to adjust them from an operational standpoint. We've also added additional training expectations to the leadership team. So there wasn't training opportunities for us before, they didn't exist. So since AEMA has the ESS component in it, the plethora of opportunities has grown a lot. And so we've put in some formal things that in the next year, this is what the whole leadership team needs to have, so that the burden doesn't land to one or two of us, but that everybody is on equal footing in terms of their understanding and training in the ESS response. And I think that's the last one, is this key response thing. We've never before really looked at how many people do we need if it was this neighborhood. When an ESS response happens, if there's an evacuation, you can expect 5 to 15% of people will come to the reception center. Many people go to their friends, families. We saw, I live in the Peaks of Grassy in 2013, like there wasn't a piece of road to park on because the entire other side of the valley was staying with friends on that side of the valley. Right? We know that. And so just being able to anticipate that and what that means so that we're ahead of the game when the Emergency Command Center is looking at various levels of evacuation, about when we need to be calling in more partners, when do we need to be engaging the province, at what threshold should we be getting in ahead of provincial and regional support that is going to outmax our current capacity within the town of Canmore. That's it, that's all. Questions?
Mr. Gilchrist, that was a very complete presentation, and I really appreciate the understanding, so we're all working from the same page before you got to the changes to the plan. So that was very much appreciated. I have one question. When we have a change of staff that would be part of a leadership position, does the new person filling that position automatically fill that leadership role? Does it go with the staff position, or is it more about looking for somebody that has certain
I would say it's both.
Okay.
So sometimes it comes kind of with the position. We have learned, though, in events sometimes that having it come with the position isn't always great because the personality didn't respond that well to an event. Yep. So I think it comes with that, and then there's conversation. If right. It doesn't work for you, is there someone on your team or somebody else or a different space that this would be a better fit for? So I think we're open to both.
Yeah, and I imagine in this day and age that COVID has brought us with people working virtually, and sometimes we'll have somebody from a distance. That obviously would come into play. You need to have somebody present.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I think what's really fortunate is that we have enough leadership that we can do at least 2 shifts and have yep. people in town. And the truth of the matter is our relationship with our closest neighbors is really quick to respond. Like being fortunate that we're as close to Banff and to the MD of Bighorn and are aware of their plans. It's a big bonus when we're trying to make sure we have enough people in town. Absolutely. From a leadership space. Yeah.
Looking to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I wanted to inquire about the mental health supports post-event and what that might look like for folks. What sort of resources do we provide to the community to help with post-traumatic event
I was going to say, the AHS, it leads that committee. So some of the key things would be services by Alberta Mental Health and Addictions, offices here. There's also some online things that are associated with Alberta Health Services, again, that are emergency specific. From an FCSS standpoint, we also would offer and support solution-focused. So if people aren't necessarily being triggered from the past but struggling with something and how to move forward and stuck, we have services to support that. It might look like a community debrief post-event, or 2 or 3. It might look like written messaging and a campaign. There was 2 or 3 different mental health related messaging campaigns that went out from that committee during COVID. Might look like inserts in your door for that, Facebook posts. It can, I think that there isn't a set answer so much as what are the needs, what are the resources, is our capacity to make this happen, and then as well as just upping the marketing of what the current existing services are in town, making sure people are aware that they have access to those. Victim services, if somebody was specifically traumatized by the event as well, are another one who sits on that committee that could step into various roles and spaces depending upon what the need was.
Excellent. These are supports that I wasn't really aware that were there. Do we see them well subscribed? Do we see people using these services?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. Absolutely. And like certainly like our solution-focused counseling during COVID used to be about 1/6 of a position person, and it was almost full capacity in the heart of COVID that she didn't do anything but counseling appointments all day long. We're probably boiled back down to 2/3 with a little longer waiting list because some other priorities exist as well. But yeah, we have seen a significant increase in use, both online services as well as the front line across the valley.
I'm sorry that people need those services, but I'm really glad that we're there to support them. So thank you very much on that.
You're welcome.
Dr. Cottle?
I do have just a nuance I'm wondering if you can speak to, Ms. Gilchrist. So to your question, Councillor Graham, technically mental health is a provincial mandate and provided by the province. So a lot of the things that the town does are, as you know, FCSS is meant to be prevention focused, but we're finding that it's never that simple just to have prevention and intervention. So a lot of the things Ms. Gilchrist talked about are really on that continuum of prevention to intervention. So some of the services she mentioned that are provided by the province are within that realm of mental health, and what we've been kind of doing, and the counseling example you just gave kind of fills that gap in between true prevention and true intervention on the continuum.
Yes. We provide secondary prevention, so that, yes, that idea that somebody is going along and a small circumstance or an event has caused some stalling with forward movement, that would be considered secondary prevention, and then it goes all down this continuum. So what FCSS does often is actually bring people together because there's a community need. Part of our community development role, not only our emergency social services role, is to bring people together around an issue and not necessarily to solve it, which was similar to when you guys signed the Bow Valley Food Charter, if that's a good example. We're not in the business of food in FCSS, but we are in the business of supporting nonprofits and bringing people together around an issue. And so we've been at the table of food from an affordability standpoint and a community development standpoint. And that's where our relationship lives. But FCSS isn't in the business of food. And so very similar with mental health. We aren't in the business of mental health, but we are a piece of the pie in the way down here on the spectrum of it. And we're often the people who bring together all of the other players to say, here's what we're seeing. How are we collectively going to address this? So the problem is not ours or yours, it's the community's. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Graham, did you have something further? Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. This is incredibly important work, and thank you for what you and your team and all the members do in that regard, so thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. It's 3:26 right now. Let's come back at 3:35. All right, we're back. And now we're moving to item D3, Railway Avenue Central Concept Design. Mr. Asarte, welcome to Committee of the Whole.
Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. I'm here today with Adam Robertson, our communications strategist, and Claire Ellick, our transportation engineer, that are in the back listening in and available for specific questions. Today I'm speaking about the next phase of Railway Avenue design and construction. And the purpose of the presentation is to provide you with an overview of the design engagement process and to provide some context for the design and detail of the design as a refresher, and to answer any questions you might have. Through the presentation, I'll provide a refresher on the background. I'm going to speak to where we're at in the design process and share an overview of a slightly updated concept, speak to the engagement opportunities, and specifically about Council's role in the process. So going back in July of 2018, Council approved an update to the Integrated Transportation Plan. One of the major updates with that was to really dig down and revisit what we needed in terms of mode shift for our network to function, for being able to drive around. And it defined percentages as targets for 2030 to say, by 2030, we need to reduce the share of trips that are being taken in town to about 60% of the total trips, and that's in the core in the summertime. And we're going to create facilities and provide services that enable people to take the remainder of the trips by foot, by bicycle, and by transit. And the key difference in this to the many integrated transportation plans that both we've produced and others have produced was really digging into the street designs that would enable that. So it requires a fundamentally different look at that. Based on that update, we then did other things that didn't show up in that slide. Ms. Hellick came and presented in July of 2019 a concept design brief for Railway Avenue for Council's acceptance. At that time, we were moving forward with a number of construction projects, including Railway Avenue South, which were eventually rolled up into the TIP 20 project. And this approval in July provided the basis for going forward with detailed design. As part of that, there was a motion by Council, approved by Council, to return with future phases for approval prior to moving forward with detailed design. Then COVID hit and we saw some delays, and then things got back on track with a cancellation of the project and then a reapproval of the project, which is allowing us to move forward with the design phase. This is the project area, Railway up South in blue, and the area of focus for the next phase of work is the central portion, which includes the intersection at Elevation Place, the intersection at Main Street, and the intersection at 10th, as well as all of the commercial accesses along that corridor. This is classified as an arterial road, and typically you would see much more access control along an arterial road. We wouldn't have driveways to every single business, and in many cases multiple driveways. And so, and also in terms of volume, this really has to act as a bit of a hybrid between an arterial and a collector road, just that it's how the town was built. Taking a minute to reflect on the Railway Ave South changes, this project was a converted highway standard design. It was a very hostile environment for walking and cycling, and it was a conversion into an attractive gateway into the community. Before the work was completed, we saw up to 20 collisions per year in the intersection. Many were injury collisions. A number of them would include people who were walking and bicycling. And so now the intersection with the updates, it's an attractive gateway into our core of our community. It has comfortable facilities for walking and cycling, and it's had excellent safety performance to date, which I've reported on previously. Both the severity and frequency of collisions here are down. We haven't to date had a reported collision involving a pedestrian or cyclist. We've seen a sharp rise in people walking and cycling. Both are up over 20% year over year, and that's approaching 4,000 trips on average over the summer. Car traffic volumes are up 6% in the same period. This I see as a slowing trend that's expected to reverse with commercial development in Three Sisters. And I think some of that increase was traffic returning to the intersection once operations with the new cabinet improved. Some of the traffic that had been diverting around was returning. And we'll see that show up in a comparison to 2019 travel. So back in 2019, this slide was part of Ms. Alex's presentation. We anticipated a change in travel time along this section of corridor, basically from Bow Valley Trail up to the fire hall, of about a minute in time at completion of the full concept build out. So we did go into the project anticipating that the changes we were making to signal phasing and lane configuration would increase travel time. The time was perhaps more than that with the initial signal controller, particularly if you had two light waits, you'd have to wait for a full additional cycle of the traffic signals, and that would take you past that 1 minute. But what we're finding now is with the additional capacity, with the fine-tuning of the signal controller, really it's something less than 5% of the time where you see two light waits. And if you have a one light wait, your overall difference in travel time is the difference in the average cycle length at the intersection, and it's something like a 30-second change. So we're on track to hit that 1 minute mark. Of course, that's a very difficult thing when you're doing transportation projects. Transportation projects tend to provide you with a travel time improvement, at least initially. And the difference here is that there's an additional travel time initially in order to prevent a much larger change in travel time down the road. Whereas if we worked strictly to improve vehicle travel time today, what we'd end up seeing is that benefit would vanish pretty quickly, and we'd be back to where we are. So this is a long-term investment, and we feel like with ongoing mode shift and continuing to advance the technology with the signal operation, that there's capacity for growth and to maintain those travel times. Overview of the design and engagement timeline. So work started back in November. We got the same team back together. So we're working with McElhaney, a local consultant who's done our complete street designs on Spring Creek Drive, TIP 20 project. They've done the design for the new commercial area out in Three Sisters, the Gateway. We're working with Mobicon on conceptual design and Stantec for signal timing. Now, these two pieces of work, we've put a lot of emphasis on this time around, which is to establish the traffic signal timing and operation, and to model that in order to finalize lane configuration and the turn bay lengths. And so what you see in the concept today could be updated based on the work that's happening here. And so that work is currently ongoing, completing over the course of the next month. Community engagement, I'll get into a bit more detail in, but it'll happen over January, February. The plan is to update the concept based on all of that work, and approval is tentatively set for May, with detailed design to follow. Now, some important things to consider in addition and running in parallel are pieces of work we're looking at. So the utility master plan is in the process of being updated. We came into the project anticipating a sewer line lining, and that's approved in the budget, which would have relatively low impact on surface works and wouldn't have similar impacts like we saw with TIP 20. With the most recent draft, there's some suggestion that we should look at potentially replacing the water line along Railway Avenue so that we don't have to go back in 15 or 20 years to do so when it comes to the end of its life cycle. So that work to analyze that, review the break history, and determine the timing is happening right now in parallel. We learned a lot about construction staging and traffic management, and so planning around that will be ongoing, and that could inform maybe the project breaks into 2 phases. It'll allow us to develop a bit more detailed schedule and have a good understanding of how the work will unfold. Utilities, of course, will impact that. All of that will impact construction cost estimates, and so that'll provide a clearer picture when we do come back for approval as to how the project would unfold. And transit planning is happening in parallel, which will confirm the bus stop locations, number of bus stops and where they're located. Okay, the design I'll speak to briefly. This is from the integrated transportation plan, and so this is a multimodal arterial street. It has a 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. These great facilities on either side that are buffered from traffic to encourage a maximum number of people to walk and bicycle. They have transit stops that are in bays if practical. 2-lane configuration with a median, which allows for crossing with refuge. That median can also provide turning opportunities. Now, the fundamental differences that we'll all note between this and the current Railway Avenue is that there are improved facilities for walking, cycling, and it's a 3-lane configuration versus 4-lane. And I'll speak to those. The potential for improvements to corridor safety and walk and cycle facilities in particular are making this a top priority for our next transportation project and for complete street rehabilitation to support those 2030 mode shift goals. Really, that's where the corridor is falling down. Unsurprisingly, it was built primarily around vehicle access. So this has our biggest potential we see to really connect up all those key destinations along the corridor, connect into the downtown, connect to the work we did on Spring Creek Drive. We start to see a built-out network connect to the grocery stores, et cetera. The other change to go 4 lanes to anything has a lot of history and study behind it. And so these are just a few examples of reports that were presented as part of the work at time of TIP 20 when we were looking at making changes to Palliser and Benchlands Trail and Railway Ave. This idea that if you take away a lane, doesn't that impact capacity? And really what you find is that you take away a lane and you maintain capacity, but get more efficient operation, and you can have improved safety. And so we had a number of examples. You guys may recall this one, but I thought that it was most applicable to what we're looking at here. It's from Charlotte, North Carolina, 7-lane cross-section with 20,500 vehicles per day. Obviously a wider right-of-way here, so they were able to do a little bit more, but they reduced it down to 1 lane each direction. You can see a mix of turn bays and openings for access through the median. They've used street trees to create that side friction. The volumes reduced to 17,500. That's a mix of mode shift as well as redistribution to other corridors, which for us is a key philosophy of the transportation plan is not everybody can come down railway into downtown. We need traffic to find its way to corridors that have more capacity. So they accomplish that through some redistribution. more efficient traffic operation. They had reduced traffic volumes, improved comfort and safety, increased pedestrian cycle traffic, increased property values, which is interesting, and outdoor dining increased, which is also interesting, and perhaps unsurprising. The streetscapes are quite a bit nicer. This was another 2013 slide and just really speaks to capacity of the corridor. At that time, we assessed we had roughly 16,000 vehicles per day on Railway South. We've done real-time counts. We're averaging 14,000 right now with a peak day around 17,000. So comparing a typical June day in 2019 and a typical June day in 2022, we're roughly the same vehicle trips. So I think we dipped through construction and last year rebounded back to similar levels, but have been able to move more people through the corridor with that increased share of people walking and cycling. We're significantly over transit ridership from where we were when we prepared this slide early 2019, and we expect significantly higher ridership again this year on transit. And so looking ahead to 2030, we anticipated volumes at around 17,200. That's well within the range of 18,000 to 20,000 that three-lane road diet cross-section can accommodate. And we're on track to hit those targets. A couple snips of the corridor plan were included in the report. The original briefing report has been on the website since 2019, available for anybody to download and use. This has a couple small changes. The median's more permeable. If you recall, there was more median access control. The median shown here is fully permeable, so you can drive over that to turn left and into and out of businesses. The intersection at Elevation Place includes a protected crossing. The crossing's been moved up from its current location to Elevation Place, and the two-lane outbound capacity has been maintained on either side of the CP tracks for storage when trains are coming through. So one of the more contentious pieces was just really around how do you access in and out of businesses, and we had a lot of questions about that ourselves, and so this kind of mini update ahead of engagement has included more permeability around that median, and it's actually through some Site 5 design and the roundabout out in Three Sisters design where some of these median concepts have been developed further, so we've drawn from that.
Just on that, what's the dotted line?
Project boundary.
Oh, the project boundary, okay. And so if I understand this correctly, really the one that just looks like it may be challenging access business is if you're coming from the Bow Valley Trail intersection towards downtown and wanting to turn into like where Wolf, the Wolf dealership is.
Yeah, and so this dark gray line here is the access being shown as maintained. You'll be able to turn across the median as you can. Yeah. And
no, I just mean you could be backing up cars behind you if there's oncoming traffic. Okay.
Yeah, just as you would if there was a pedestrian crossing today at the crosswalk. Cars would start to queue and then they'll flush, and that is part of what's being modeled with the VISM model to just see, you know, the traffic's really, really light into and out of these businesses that might only be a few cars an hour, right, type thing. So just making some assumptions about redevelopment and modeling that will show what kind of backups could get created.
Right, because if they moved and it became a, I don't know, small retail mall or something, it could be something different, right?
Yeah, so you make some assumptions around that growth.
Yeah. Andy, if I might, Mr. Sarte, sorry. There's been several times in the past little while that I've seen trains going by and that entire railway queued with vehicles. Is that an anomaly that I've witnessed? And does this looks like I've got a little bit less queuing room than we had before?
Just at first glance, probably a dozen cars less queuing capacity.
Okay.
Cars have queued to Rose and Crown for as long as I've been in town at times when it's busy. What we've tried to capture with the queue length is the majority of trains as opposed to all of the trains.
Right.
So there will be times where the queues extend past the 2-lane section and into the 1-lane section and up to the intersection of Main Street. And that's in part the nature of living by the train and a requirement of being able to fit into the corridor all of the elements that may otherwise make it work. Like the crossing, for example, being able to cross 1 lane at a time as a pedestrian versus holding up traffic in both directions for something like a 16-meter crossing now or 14-meter crossing now. That's far more disruptive than it will be. So normal operation and normal flow of this corridor will be improved in that regard. It's if a train comes and it's a particularly busy day, things are going to sit still for 3 or 4 minutes until that train clears and the queue's clear.
Sure. And one more, if I might, just while we're here. You mentioned that this would improve transit. How does it do that? How is this better for buses than it is for a car?
I apologize if I did say that.
That one right there, yeah.
So in this way, it improves access to transit primarily. And so being able to get to and from, so think about the bus stop in front of the dealership as it currently sits right now.
Okay.
Not a particularly attractive place to sit and wait for a bus. Mm-hmm. You don't have particularly great access with that sidewalk to get there. You can't store a bicycle in a bike rack. And so the idea being that as you improve the corridor, it makes it nicer, feels more upscale to use transit versus standing on the edge of a large roadway and
about to get splashed by
Get you out of the splash zone.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
The 2 main intersections at Main Street and 10th Street are fully protected with near side signals, similar design to Bow Valley Trail. This means that our exposure for vulnerable road users is really limited and minimized at all times. Central median again through this area is permeable. The accesses have all been accommodated with this design update. And there's still work to be done in terms of emergency service access. Of course, with the fire hall moving, that's less of a concern, but still we're working on what exactly that median looks like in terms of the materials. You'll see that the trees are gone, for example. Can this be a mountable median in the case of an emergency? Those sorts of things. Yeah, so that's this section. Stakeholder engagement will take place from January 23rd to February 10th, which I realized putting this together is next week, all of a sudden. The purpose of that engagement is to share the design, gather feedback on how people will view it will impact their travel experience, and to create greater awareness about the project. And folks will have several opportunities to provide input. There will be an online engagement through mycamore.ca. So this is an online portal we've used successfully on a number of projects now. And that'll be open for the duration. Next week at the public open house, folks are invited to come out and discuss the project and provide their feedback. And then administration has reached out directly to all of the impacted property owners directly. And we'll be working with them on their impacts as part of the design process, but also throughout the entirety of the project. And recapping council's involvement, certainly welcome to participate in the public engagement process and would encourage you to do so. We'll have a spring update where we bring back an engagement summary, progress on the design, and details on that staging schedule and budget. And following that up, when the time is right, we'll be back to council for approval of the concept design. So in summary, we've learned a lot with our first complete street, larger complete street project on railway and previous projects like Spring Creek Drive. TIP 20 was a challenging project. It's nice now to be on the other side of it and seeing positive results. We've had a lot of time pass with the pandemic and impacts to the project and delays. So we're taking some time to reset, relook at the concept based on what we've learned, get some additional community feedback, and put together all of those other moving pieces. So I look forward to hearing from you here today and throughout the engagement process, and then working with our team and returning to council in the spring with a plan that all of us can get behind to build this next phase of work.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Asarte, for that presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Asarte. I read in your report that there would be well, there isn't now, but there would be a continued lack of on-street parking, in particular on Railway Ave. And I'm wondering if you can speak to how, like, I know that the vehicle or the car, is it Wolf Auto? They occasionally have trucks that pull in that are unloading vehicles, et cetera. How will that street be able to accommodate irregular unloading such as that? Because I don't believe it happens more than once a week, maybe once every couple.
Thank you for your question, Councillor McCallum. The intent with limiting parking on arterial roadways is to create this hierarchy of streets, and as you know, to have some places that are intended for flow of traffic and other places intended to be places where people spend more time. So arterials being for flow, limit parking, it allows for flow of traffic. That said, the delivery of vehicles, while that continues to operate as a dealership, was a consideration, and in that section they do have the 2 lanes available, and we would see that they would continue to be able to operate in that right-hand lane. From what I've seen, they're mindful to pick off peak times, and so it'll be no different than it operates today, where they'll have an opportunity to park on the side and vehicle traffic will go out and around.
Thanks, that makes sense, thanks.
Other questions? Councillor Graham?
Seems like it's my day today, sorry. And Mr. Asarte, sorry. I wonder if you could speak to the near light configurations being proposed. I understand that the stats are supporting the configuration at the new intersection, but it's still one of the features that I struggle with the most. I drive up there and I still got to do this little, like, you know, look up, and I know that that's one of the features the community has had the most challenges with, or I would suspect. Are we going with near light design? Is that a proposal, or is that we are doing this? And if so, why?
Last go around, we had the benefit of having Leonard Newt join us and speak specifically to near side signals, and certainly we can bring more information from the technical folks on that. It's two things. It's safety, for sure. It's part of a package of design elements that make what is traditionally one of the more dangerous parts of a transportation network safer. And so that piece is important, but there's also the functionality piece. And we saw it when we had the street we'd built the intersection, and the streetlights were still strung on cables on the far side. And there is no way to stop vehicles from parking directly over your crosswalks. And with the protected intersections, those crosswalks are wider to accommodate the volumes of pedestrians and cyclists we have. They're also set back so that they're at the narrowest crossing point so they can efficiently get across and stay out of traffic. You cannot keep people from parking on those by stop bars alone. And so for the entirety of the time between when they were strung on cables and when they were activated near side, those crosswalks weren't functional. There were cars constantly parked over top of them. So we see them as a critical element. Now, that said, we've learned a lot about how to position them, how to design them, how to operate them, and we'll be applying all of those. So that combined with people becoming accustomed to them, I expect that this, if anything, will reinforce the design as a local standard and allow people to get comfortable and familiar with them quicker, and will allow it to function well and be safe.
Do we see this being implemented in other areas in Canada or North America?
No.
We are the one and only.
We are the first.
This will be number 2 and number 3.
We are the first. Yes.
Somebody's got to lead.
Somebody does have to lead. Absolutely.
There are, yes, we're the first in North America. There's one example in Victoria at a smaller intersection, and we found examples all throughout Edmonton on a particular corridor where they had strung lights on the near side with stop bars positioned a mile back, and they're hung up high to address that. So it's not that it hasn't been used in any way. It hasn't been used in a protected intersection. It has been used in that way in a lot of places, though, and it's a very common design in places that have excellent road safety and that have the challenge that we have, which is somewhat unique in that we've got 4,000 people going through here a day on a busy day by foot and bicycle, and that number's growing. Traditional intersections just don't accommodate that, and so we need to approach it differently, and we need to learn from the first one and apply it, but to get the safety and to get the function, it's the design that we were proposing to go forward with.
To the mayor's comment, somebody does need to lead, but I kind of had that vision of Will Ferrell running, saying, "We're streaking," and are people following? Are other jurisdictions implementing similar, proposing similar?
Yeah, but what does that matter? I mean, if we're the first, what does it matter if others are doing it? What we're seeing, and they'll probably lead by, is the fact that our conflict numbers are down, our injury numbers are down. And I'll tell you, just to give another perspective, with the changes that were all made with the new panel and the lowering of the lights, I'm a huge fan, because there's a single point of focus. I don't need to focus on anything other than when that light tells me to go and the direction I'm supposed to go. If I'm making a left turn off of Bow Valley Trail onto Railway Avenue, I'm not having to check for bikes and pedestrians and wondering if I'm in a crosswalk. I don't need to wonder about what's coming there. I'm not having to go up and down between the lights and see if I'm still green or if it's yellow. And then if it's yellow, are they stopping? Are they not stopping? And then if I'm turning, has anybody stepped off the other intersection? I'm not doing any of that.
I'm not driving with you at all anymore.
No, I'm not. But that's what you have to do in the other design. That's exactly what you have to do. And if you're not doing that, you're putting somebody or yourself in danger. Here, I'm totally out of the space of conflict with anybody else, and I'm following the one signal, and they're really working. So I'm a huge fan. Just to add a little balance to the perspective. Councillor Ma.
Thanks, Andy, for the presentation. I appreciate how the meridian has become more permeable to allow, like, turning off and on. I feel, well, I guess my question to you is, what's the best way to message the piece where I think off the top, probably some detractors would be like, oh, you're going down to 4 lanes, from 4 lanes to 3. How do we message that, and how does that, because it's counterintuitive. And so I was just curious, like, what you thought your best ways to get that messaging across.
It'll be part of the messaging just around capacity. I think that's the first place people go is how is it going to function?
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to have capacity? So reinforcing that in this case, we aren't the first ones out of the gate. We've got lots of examples, and there's research to support it that from a capacity perspective, it's about equal.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need or want infinite capacity on this corridor.
Sure.
It's right sizing it to the traffic volumes that we can handle downstream. So I think messaging along those lines, I expect there still to be skepticism, of course. There always is when you're making changes until something goes in operation. And to some extent, it's just to continue to message that we're building streets for efficient operation, but we're building a transportation system to move people. And so the changes here allow for the capacity we need for people who want to and need to drive, but it's about building it in a way that matches our community in terms of how we want to and need to move people. So I think similar key messages to what we've shared all along.
And like boosting the capacity and the viability of cycling, like all those pieces as well too. Okay, yeah, because I think part of it is I can totally understand how things might take a little bit longer now, but by going through this solution, it's not like by doing nothing, it's going to be horrible down the road. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Cottle, did you have? Okay. Councillor McCallum?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Councillor Graham's question and comment. And, you know, we might be the worst in North America, but this has been going on in Europe for a long time. As some of you know, I was Opti family in the Netherlands, and I was in small, tiny communities of like 2,000 people, as well as the capital and in Amsterdam. And these kinds of designs are quite prevalent and normalized. And it has, pushed their mode shift to the point where, 25% of people get around by bicycle, 5% by transit, 20% by foot, 50% by vehicle. And so it all works quite smoothly, and it doesn't necessarily, I think what we're used to in North America is the primacy of the single passenger vehicle. And we need to consider more about the sharing of our transportation network amongst different modes. And if we provide a safer environment, then more people will want to walk, more people will want to get on their bicycle and consider that. And I certainly won't stress when I know my kids going across town when they're having to cross that intersection anymore. So anyways, that's all.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you. I fully support mode shift and changing our habits away from vehicles. I think change is hard for people, and helping them. I think with the first intersection, people just didn't understand it. It was brand spanking new. So back to Councillor Ma's point, how do we message this? How do we get more normalizing this? How do we normalize this? And how do we make sure people are well aware that this is coming? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
I completely appreciate the questions and the conversation. I think it's a great one. And we've seen this cycle with every transportation project that we've done in town. I mean, we can talk about the most recent intersection, but it started with roundabouts way back when. Dr. Cottle would remember. I don't remember when our first one was. But it's the same every project we do. There's angst about it. People don't understand how it's going to work. There's some upset. There's frustration when it's first launched. And after 6 months, a year, we don't hear about it anymore because everyone's used to it. And again, some of this is anecdotal, but we see the same thing with the intersection. And to Mayor Krauser's point, your experience with it, it's not something we hear a lot about anymore. So every project like this is going to be challenging, and I won't suggest that we're not going to hear some of the things you referred to, Councillor Ma, about reduction in lanes and what's that going to mean. But unless we continue to work on building this infrastructure, we won't see the changes that are happening. So every project will become slightly easier because we have stats to show, we can point to what's happening. There's more understanding about what the near site signals will look like. But it's going to be a challenging conversation. We're going to hear a lot of the things that you alluded to. And we can show all the stats we want and previous information, but we just need to continue putting these projects in the community, and the community will understand them more. Thank you very much.
I made a mistake when I was on council previously, and that was refusing to understand how widening a transportation corridor such as into Spring Creek actually made it slower and allowed it to be safer for walking and bicycling. But I think if you go into Spring Creek now, you'll see whereas it is a little bit wider than the original road was, there is so much room for cyclists and walking, and the actual driving portion, because of the bollards and the shape of the road, you really can't go very fast through there. It's designed to keep you slow. And so I learned from that there's a whole lot of science study and fact that goes into these things. And I've now become extremely excited about complete streets getting all across our artillery and collector type roads, so that we can have those transportation shifts and fix intersections like Railway Avenue and Main Street, which is really dysfunctional at best because of the alignment that's there, and having near lights, having defined lanes, having those medians and those safe spots for pedestrians and bikes. It's going to be night and day. I'm looking forward to it. Dr. Cottle?
I'm back. Okay, I want to pick up on a thread from Mr. Robinson's excellent answer. And last week, Councillor Graham, you and I and Councillor Faubert and Mayor Krauser were at Chris Turner's talk about being a climate optimist. And many things about that I enjoyed. But one of the things that I really took note of is he talked about how things like nothing gets rational, smart, well-educated people worked up like parking and traffic. And he talked about that as a trend around the world. And also he talked about how it works, how the changes that Mr. Asarte is speaking to and the mode shift that we're working on are the absolute right thing to do if you really want to have a walkable, bikeable, people-friendly community. He put up a picture of our Main Street closed and said, keep going. And so I think the underpinning under some of what Mr. Robertson is saying is less about how we communicate it, because we do a very good job. Our messages are good and they're consistent, but what's required in the interim is political will in the face of people who have a hard time with the change. And so we'll continue to do a really good job and are open to feedback on better messaging, but part of why we're here today is reminding council that this is a part of from your strategic plan about being bold and having political will in the face. There's a lot to show that this works, but it's not about whether or not we message it correctly. It's about staying strong in the face of resistance. And the data from around the world and from Mr. Turner's talk about how this is, if we're really going to champion addressing climate change in our communities, that this is the thing to do and just to stay the course.
Thank you. Looking to my colleagues to see if there's any other questions, comments. Good discussion. It's important to have these sorts of discussions. And thank you very much. Looking forward to providing further feedback and further presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now moving on to councillor updates. As per usual, we'll go through each section and let me know if you have a question. Are there any questions on my section? Councillor Mott?
I just wanted to ask a question so I didn't have to deal with scorn later.
Nice.
So with regards to the lobbying efforts of New West Public Affairs, have they kind of spoken to anything about how the dynamics might change with the upcoming election stuff?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Every time we talk with them, we get a political update on what's happening in the landscape. Obviously, our greatest attention at any given time is on the government, the current government. And whether or not that changes after May is to be determined. But we are looking as to what we can do right now. And that's the most important discussion.
Thank you.
Good question. And it's not like I'm keeping track. Any other questions in my section? Moving then to Councillor Faubert's section. Any questions? Councillor Graham.
I actually have a question about CCH, so maybe any of my colleagues that are on that board can help me understand that, as I missed that meeting, and I apologize. How was the 5 units of housing determined? How did we come to that number?
Did you want to speak to that, Councillor Faubert, or do you want me to speak to that? Okay. There were a number of discussions, some between CCH and CRPS, some between CRPS and Town of Canmore, and I had a discussion also with the superintendent to get clarity on because there was some confusion around that. Essentially, it was a number that was chosen that seemed to be doable by CCH. It's a pilot project. It involves a capital outlay at a price that has never been tested before. And to commit to too many puts CRPS in jeopardy, puts CCH in jeopardy, and with the town, as traditionally is a backstop, whether it's direct funding or a guarantee, it also puts strain there. So 5 was felt to be enough of a number to give it test its legs and a little bit of weight, but also not overextending. Because the idea here is to see if a project or a program designed around buying at market and then sold with some restrictions can fly, and that could be something that then is used in other developments.
Thank you.
And I would leave it open to anybody else on CCH to add to it if I've left anything out.
If you could check me off the list too, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else for Councillor Faubert? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see me. I feel like a big floating head, which I probably am. I have a question for Councillor Faubert about the info session, which is awesome, the number of people that attended. I'm wondering, are these still going to be provided via Zoom? And is it possible for a councillor to observe the presentation to get updates on, it's been like 6 years since I've seen one of these.
You mean the CCH?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't actually articulate that. That's on me. Yeah, the CCH, the ownership information sessions.
That's
Are they going to be provided by Zoom, and is it possible for a councillor to observe?
I don't know the answers to those questions, but I can get that information for you.
Or you could ask directly to operations, because it's not a governance matter. So those questions could go directly to Dougal, Mr. Fortieth. Okay.
You can tick me off too.
Yeah, there we go. To let everybody in on the on what's going on, is I had challenged, because I normally go through this and there's no questions on these, so I challenged at least one question per councillor somewhere in this, and so that's what people are referring to. And I said, look, there's no penalty other than unending scorn. So, so anyway, thank you for that. You're duly checked off. Any other questions for Councillor Faubert? Seeing none. Any questions for Councillor Graham on that extensive report? Councillor Hillstad. Any questions for Councillor Hillstad? Any questions for Councillor Ma? Councillor Faubert? Did you, or is that a legacy?
No. Oh,
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Councillor Mara's not here. I have a question for Councillor McCallum.
Ready.
Yeah, I was just wondering, with regards, I'm very glad that you attend the BC housing conferences because they are often on the cutting edge and leading the way. And so I was just wondering, what's your biggest takeaway from the Housing Central Conference?
I was going to be my job in the next 10 days to try and sit down and articulate my thoughts, even for myself. I would say, with the regulatory environment within the province of British Columbia, I would say that if there is any province that is positioned to manage their affordable housing issues through BC Housing and through the various hundreds of nonprofits that run throughout the province, I would say it's British Columbia. They have inclusionary zoning, they have a willing government, they have multiple municipalities with political will, and they have various types of land throughout the province, not just in the Greater Vancouver area. And they are looking at the full range of housing. So that's the biggest takeaway. And I've pondered that before, but this time it was really made clear to me that there's such a willingness all the way around. The other takeaway I would say is that there are a lot of contractors out there that have put out their shingles specifically during COVID due to the CMHC money that has been put out, that are ready and willing and able to help municipalities across the country try to maneuver their way through the CMHC sort of labyrinth and find ways to address housing issues. I had this really great opportunity where I went out for a couple of drinks with a couple of contractors I've known for a long time, affordable housing people from the city of Calgary, from the city of Airdrie, and I posed sort of 3 hypothetical housing issues to them. And these 2 contractors were able to give me some possibilities to address some of those issues with various types of housing structures. It's not a one-size-fits-all sort of a way to address the housing issue. So one of them I proposed was, how do we house doctors? What does that look like? What could the medical community do in Canmore to address that? How could we deal with, there was a couple other that I don't have in front of me, but I would say that BC is poised to address these issues and have the political will. And I would also say that there is a lot of knowledgeable contractors out there, or consultants, I guess that's the better word, that have the know-how and ability to maneuver their way through the labyrinth. And I think that the town of Canmore might want to consider that.
Very interesting. Thank you. And if you do manage to get the time to pull together your thoughts or other thoughts, I'd be very interested in looking at that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hillstad.
This question's for Councillor McCallum. I see that Rome.
I'm ready.
Rome is looking to acquire a potential 5-bedroom common amenity housing unit in Canmore and for early 2024. Just curious how the makeup of that would look. Is this for the current employees? Is this aimed for the future employees, or just a future investment just to cover all the bases? And what's the plan?
So what, if you read in there, in addition to the above, the commission approved administration moving forward with releasing 2 3-bedroom units for the purpose of housing transit drivers. So that's starting January 1st. So we have need for housing at this exact moment. So if that build were available right now, I believe we could fill it. I think the one thing that, it's always funny because our committee of the whole report is due 2 days before the next the next transit commission meeting, which always, I feel like I'm a month and a half behind at all times in reporting to council what's going on. At our last meeting, it was actually just a strat plan update meeting. It wasn't a meeting, but we actually heard that there might be a change in this particular 5-bedroom concept. It might end up being a lease over a purchase. And those are some fine details that need to be determined through administration and reported to the board to make a final decision. But if we had this now, we could put drivers in it.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Sounds good.
Dr. Cottle?
I just want to indicate it is 4:30, and we're technically to be starting a public meeting at 4:30. So I'm not sure if you want to rush through administrative updates or put the cow on hold and come back to it after the 4:30 meeting. But we have advertised a 4:30 start to the special meeting, so.
So is it best to take a break from this, open that meeting, and indicate that we're going on a break, or to have that meeting in its entirety and coming back? I'm thinking in terms of those that will be leaving or not being part of that meeting. I'm wondering if we can open the special meeting of council, because it's not bringing somebody from outside, is it?
We have someone on Zoom.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought it was in. Oh, I see.
Unless council has a pressing question about the administrative updates, my recommendation would be that we end the committee of the whole and start the special meeting.
I have one question on administrative updates that is not being forced on me.
I'm not forcing anything, just suggesting. But what I'm going to suggest, because we're right near the end, I'm going to suggest that, because we could just end the committee of the whole now, and questions with regards to the report could be sent to all and then answered to all.
Absolutely.
And everything else on the list is just usually just for information.
Correct.
And I'm looking to other members of the committee of the whole. Are you happy with that, or would you rather come back and reopen the committee of the whole after the special council meeting? I'm not seeing anybody really loving that idea. So that being the case, if you have any questions with regards to the administrative update, and I do have a few, please send them to the person that your question is to, and CC the rest of council so that the response can come to all of council. And with that then, I will move that we adjourn the committee of the whole. All those in favor? I'm just going to pull up the agenda.
There'll be a public portion.
Okay.
Go on camera, yeah. Do we just, is Marco in? Okay, great, thanks. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I am just pulling up the agenda, and it didn't work, but I am calling to order the special meeting of council for Tuesday, January 17th. And I am acknowledging that we are on Treaty 7 lands, and that these lands are traditionally the lands of the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Goodstoney First Nations, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai. And we acknowledge that this territory is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge all nations who live, work, play, and help us steward this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. We only have one item on the agenda, but I will move acceptance of the agenda for the January 17th, 2023 special meeting of council. All those who approve, carried unanimously. And we will now move, I don't have the agenda in front of me because it wouldn't open up, but we will now move to our single item. And Mr. Dragic, welcome to council.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Hi, Marco, if you're out there on Zoom, if you turn your camera on, then we'll be able to see you and you'll be in the room. Super, thanks. So I'll kick it off. Adam Breedzik, Town Solicitor. I'm joined by Marco Baldessaro from McLennan Ross remotely here. Mr. Baldessaro is one of the town's litigation counsel in the matter of a mandamus application brought by Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Limited in relation to the area structure plans that were subject to the LPRT appeals last year. So I will kick us off. And basically, why are we having this special meeting? Administration is proposing that the town negotiate and enter an adjournment agreement for the mandamus application. Those negotiations are underway through litigation counsel, and we have a draft agreement that's yet to be finalized. This is a significant step in that litigation, and it's one that the administration sees as being appropriately directed by counsel. So this is a decision meeting. We will be seeking a resolution. What I propose to do here is that I would present the basic context and the proposed terms of the agreement in public. We would then go in camera. Mr. Baldessaro would lead on advising as counsel of record on this matter. While in camera, there will need to be some discussions around developing the final terms of the resolution that we would ask counsel to make because the negotiations are still in progress. And then when we would come out of camera, counsel would vote in public. So, terms of, let's see here. Yeah, how do we access the? Oh boy, this is definitely not the manager of IT here. There we go. Yeah, thanks. Super. Thank you, Alyssa. Right. So you've seen some of my analogies before. This one in particular, these multiple litigations around the area structure plans are much like swim lanes. They're moving parallel at the same time. So the ones that we're really dealing with today here are the appeal from the LPRT to the Court of Appeal and the mandamus application. I'm going to add a new element here, a new analogy, and this one you might want to call it leapfrog or hopscotch, but basically we have some dates set. We know when the town's appeal will be heard on April 3rd, and we anticipate a decision from there, from the Court of Appeal many months away. One would hope in 2023, but that's out of our hands. Meanwhile, in the mandamus lane, we're currently under a consent order from the court to take procedural steps. We're preparing for cross-examinations that need to be completed by the end of January, and then there will need to be briefs of submissions filed into court in March for a hearing set for June, and a decision that I would also anticipate, or at least hope, would be rendered towards the end of 2023. Now, the timing of those decisions is not entirely certain, but should this appeal that the town is making be able to decide the matter between the parties, then these procedural steps in the mandamus application may no longer be relevant or material to disposing of the dispute here. And as it stands now, all those things will need to be undertaken in the red lane. So what we're effectively proposing here is that the town and TSMB would enter an adjournment agreement in which this mandamus application would basically be put on hold. And the general concept here is that TSMB, through the litigation lawyers, would agree to adjourn this application on the terms that if the town was unsuccessful challenging the LPRT decisions at the Court of Appeal here in the blue lane, that the town would commit to adopting the area structure plans within a set period of time and would forego attempting any further appeals of those area structure plans, and that includes attempting to seek leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada. So those are the basic terms. As to the details, they will evolve from the resolution that was in the council agenda package. This would be the original proposal that we put in our resolution in a nutshell, is that basically the mandamus would be adjourned to no set date, and it would not get rescheduled until after the Court of Appeal issues a decision in the LPRT matter. Again, if the Court of Appeal were to uphold the LPRT, then the town would adopt the ASPs. We proposed 30 days, and that there be no further appeals. There's been at least one round of back and forth between council since then, so we can at least advise on some updates to this proposal here, where we can see there's some new terms. First is that there would be a date after which TSMV would be allowed to reschedule their mandamus application, because how long the Court of Appeal takes to render its decision is out of the party's controls. And we can only hope that it's done expediently, but we really can't say how long it will take. Second is an ask for the town to pay TSMV's costs in the mandamus application. Those are determined generally by a schedule, a tariff, so we can estimate amounts for you there, and that will unlikely be a significant amount compared to the value of this agreement from council's perspective. And then the other ones, go ahead, Mr.
So was that significant or insignificant?
I would say insignificant.
Yeah.
My understanding is that we'd be looking at cost on the schedule of somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000, and Marco can help us understand how those are determined. But relative to the size,
yeah, and that would be, and this would only be if, in fact, the court affirms LPRT, or in any event?
This would be as part of the adjournment of the mandamus application.
But paying those costs, would that be in any event? Yes. Or is that only if the Court of Appeal affirms the LPRT?
It would be in any event, out of recognition of the steps that have already been taken in the mandamus proceeding.
And that's because, okay, I understand.
It's because it's essentially an agreement
Yeah.
with terms in which there needs to be some value to both parties, recognizing that both parties have taken steps and that TSMV is agreeing to effectively put their application on hold for the other proceedings. The other ones, in terms of MDP amendments, after the LPRT issued its decisions on the area structure plans, TSMV proposed to the town that it also make MDP amendments that would be basically serve to implement those area structure plans. So again, a Section 619 application. And their proposal is that, given that it's 619, that those MDP amendments and the ASPs would be adopted without a public hearing. And then the final piece is a fee waiver, and that refers to a waiver of the application fees that an applicant would make for the area structure plans and the MDP to the extent that application fees have not already been charged.
And those last two elements, that just follows suit. If we're adopting the ASPs because we've lost the appeal, then it goes right back to their original application was about the ASPs and the MDP changes, and they already paid their fees, right? So it really is just getting done what would have been done if we had approved them at that time.
Had you approved them at that time.
Okay.
Now we can go ahead.
Ms. Smithers?
Yeah, thanks. Just for clarification, they've not paid a fee yet for the MDP amendments. So I just wanted to flag that. They have paid for the ASPs, and given the, if the LPRT or if the Court of Appeal affirmed the LPRT decisions, we would generally be required to do the MDP amendments anyway. So you're correct there. I just wanted to clarify that the fee waiver likely relates to the MDP amendments because that fee would be significant.
And so would we have waived the MDP amendment before because it would have followed the ASPs?
No.
Okay. And I was under the impression that they had already been paid with the original application.
They did not apply for the MDP amendments yet. We did not receive an official application.
I see. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I understand.
What's the monetary?
Councillor Ma?
Yeah, Ms. Smitters, what's the monetary value of the fee? They're saying like the fee waiver obviously is worth something. Oh, Sean, could you turn on? Hey.
Thank you. It would be significant because the fee is calculated by area. So I would imagine that there would be a report coming to council with a request to adjust the fees because the fees are in the master fee schedule that is approved by council. And because the fee is calculated based on area, it would be significant, and I would suggest out of sync with the level of effort it would take to produce the MDP amendment.
Could you say that last sentence again? Sorry.
The amount of work that would go into getting the MDP amendments in front of council and have the public hearing, or if it would be required, is out of sync with the amount they would be required to pay for the MDP amendment under the fee schedule. So for us to consider adjusting that, we would have to come back to council for a decision because council approves the fee schedule.
Dr. Cotter?
I just wonder, I want a clarification of that, and please correct me, Ms. Smithers, if I'm wrong, but I think what she's saying is that had this followed a normal process and the ASPs, for example, been originally approved, it would be likely that administration would have recommended a fee reduction anyway to the MDP amendment based on what's in the master fee schedule because it's out of sync with work. So while the fees haven't been paid yet and based on the master fee schedule they may be significant, administration would likely have been looking at some fee reduction out of appropriateness between fees and workload. So there's a whole question about whether or not council wants to agree to this fee waiver, but the simple answer that it would be significant is a bit more complicated. I don't know if that helped at all.
Can we?
We can discuss this one further in camera. I think maybe for now, unless there's specific questions about that, that might be enough for the public portion, and then we can get into some detail in camera.
Yeah, it was really just a point of clarification that the fee waiver would be in relation to the MDP amendment because while they have paid the fees for the policy applications, they've not paid for the MDP amendment because there hasn't been an application.
Yeah. And we can discuss in camera just to know that's obviously something that would go to our decision because if this instruction was given, it would save considerable legal fees and human resources that would be taking place prior to the Court of Appeal hearing. But we just would need to know what the other side of the equation is, and so that we are aware of that. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Dredzik, please continue.
That's fine. That concludes my summary, and likewise, I would recommend, unless there's other questions, best in public that we do go in camera.
Okay. I suspect that we need to get the legal advice now. Looking to counsel. I'll move that council take the meeting in camera to prevent disclosure of solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 27(1)A, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Just so those know, we will be coming out of camera and we will be making a decision. So if you'd like to stick around, we'll come and get you. Or if you'd like to tune in online, that's available as well. What's that? Yeah.
So good, though.
Are we live streaming? Okay. We are back out of in camera. And so there's a motion that I'll be making, and I'll ask the clerk to please put it up on the screen. All right. Yep. Right. So I move that council authorize external litigation counsel to sign an agreement on behalf of the town with Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Ltd. to A, adjourn the Mandamus application to no set date, B, not take steps to reschedule the Mandamus application until the sooner of the date of the decision is issued by the Alberta Court of Appeal in relation to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, LPRT, appeals, or a date as negotiated by legal counsel. And C, pay court costs for steps taken to date for the Mandamus application to TSMVPL in accordance with column 1 of Schedule C of the Alberta Rules of Court. On the condition that if the Court of Appeal affirms the decisions and orders the town to adopt the area structure plans, that would be ASPs, A, the town will do so within 30 days of the date of the Court of Appeal's decision. B, the town will forego all additional appeals of the LPRT decisions, including seeking leave to appeal from the Supreme Court of Canada. C, the town will adopt the MDP amendments related to the ASPs within 30 days of the pronouncement of the Alberta Court of Appeal's decision by way of issuance of reasons for decision without convening public hearings, their necessity relieved by the Municipal Government Act Section 619 sub 9. And D, the town will not charge any fees to TSMV for processing the ASPs and MDP amendments related to the approval of the ASPs. Speaking to the motion, as was being described by our town solicitor, there are multiple lanes of litigation going on in parallel to each other and which affect the other. Without this agreement to adjourn the Mandamus application, the town would incur significant legal and human resource costs while an appeal is being heard for the decisions that are subject of the Mandamus application. With this adjournment, we are able to forego those costs, and that which we're providing in order to do so are actually not that significant in the big picture. We are advised that the opportunity for an appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada, should we be unsuccessful with the appeal, is actually very small. And as such, I'm prepared to waive that. The fees for the ASPs have already been paid, and this just means we're not going to double charge. And the MDP amendments flowing from that are relatively small, and therefore the fees would be reduced accordingly, as our approach is on a cost recovery basis. And this is an outlier situation involving a large piece of land that our fees were not originally necessarily foreseeing. As such, I believe that this is a good arrangement that benefits the town and allows the Court of Appeals process to unfold so that the parties can get clarity based on the decision from the Court of Appeal. and I'm prepared to support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that we adjourn the special meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.